On there.
We are live, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the council meeting of Wednesday, August 14th, 2024. I'd like to start off, before we do the land acknowledgement, during open session, when anybody comes to the mic to speak, please adjust it so you're speaking directly into it, as this meeting is being live streamed and recorded and loaded to YouTube after. So I'd like to acknowledge that the Township of Oro-Medonte acknowledges that we are situated on the traditional land of the Anishinaabe people and ancestral territory of the Huron-Wendat. The Anishinaabe include the Odawa, the Ojibwe, and the Potawatomi nations, collectively known as the Three Fires Confederacy. It continues today as the home for diverse Indigenous peoples, including the historic Métis community in Penetanguishene. The Anishinaabe people continue to have an enduring relationship with this land, specifically the Chippewas of Rama First Nations, the Chippewa Tri-Council, and the Williams Treaties First Nations. The Huron-Wendat Nation also continues to pay respect and protect their ancestors and heritage on this land. We honor the Indigenous history and culture that has thrived for millennia in this territory and the treaties that bind us together as partners in the spirit of a shared, sustainable, and prosperous future. We are all treaty people. Our commitment begins with acknowledging the truth so we can move forward together towards reconciliation. Madam Clerk, may we have a motion to adopt the agenda, please?
Moved by Young, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved that the agenda for the council meeting of Wednesday, August 14th, 2024, be received and adopted as amended to add as item 4F, Sean Binns, CAO, a position plan, procedure criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board, intermunicipal relations, provincial facilitator, and to withdraw item 4E, Yvonne Aubuchon Clerk, acquisition disposition of land, request to purchase Old Coldwater Road, Dunlop Bridge, abutting lands described as Part East, half lots 2 and 3, Con 14, Oro-Medonte, being Part 1, Part Lot Plan 51R 37556, Township of Oro-Medonte.
Thank you. You've heard the changes to the agenda, so I'll call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. May we have a motion to go past 4 hours if necessary, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Shell, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that Rule 14.20A, as per the procedural bylaw number 2023-043, be suspended in order to allow the meeting to proceed past the 4-hour adjournment requirement if necessary.
All in favor? That is carried. And are there any members of council that have a pecuniary interest to declare today? Councillor Shell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Item 4C regarding short-term rentals. I have to declare I own and operate a bed and breakfast short-term rental. Okay. I'll excuse myself.
Okay, thank you. Any other pecuniary interests at this time? Or I see none. Okay, Madam Clerk, may we have a motion to go into close, please?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Lavoie. Be it resolved that we do now go into closed session at 9:05 a.m. to discuss litigation affecting the municipality, solicitor-client privilege, short-term rentals, STRs, acquisition disposition of land, sale of decommissioned fire hall 375 line 11 south, Hawkstone, a position plan, procedure criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board, intermunicipal relationships, provincial facilitator.
Okay, I'll call the vote. All in favor? That is carried, and we'll see everyone in closed, and we will be out, Madam Clerk. I think we're scheduled to be back into open by 10:30, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we are live.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. May we have a motion to report out of closed session, please?
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that we do now rise at 10:45 a.m., at which time we shall report on the closed session items 4C, D, and F.
Thank you. I'll call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. May we have a motion for item 4C emanating from closed, please?
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Hutchison. Be it resolved that the confidential correspondence dated August 9th, 2024, from Airden Beerless LLP and presented by Sean Binns, CAO, and Airden Beerless LLP legal counsel representatives, litigation affecting the municipality, solicitor-client privilege, short-term rentals be received, that staff proceed as directed by council.
All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. May we have a motion for item 4F, please?
Would you
Or
like
D, my
4D?
apologies.
Moved by Clark, seconded by Young. Be it resolved that the confidential verbal information presented by Yvonne Aubuchon, clerk, reacquisition, disposition of land, sale of decommissioned fire hall, 375 line 11 south, Hawkstone, be received and that staff proceed as directed by council.
Okay. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And may we have a motion for item 4F, please?
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that the confidential verbal information presented by Sean Binns, CAO, re a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board, intermunicipal relationships, provincial facilitator, be received. That staff proceed as directed by council.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Call the vote. All in favor? And that is carried. And may we have a motion for the draft minutes, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Young, seconded by Hutchison. Be it resolved that the draft minutes of Special Joint Accessibility Advisory Committee held on Thursday, July the 11th, 2024 be received, and that the draft minutes of the council meeting held on Wednesday, July 17th, 2024, minutes of the special council meeting held on Wednesday, July 31st, 2024 be received and adopted as printed and circulated.
Thank you. Are there any amendments to the minutes? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that is carried. Item 6 is recognition and achievements. Actually, I'd like to take this moment to announce and introduce Dylan Flannery, the new Director of Operations and Community Services. So, Mr. Binns, would you please do the introduction?
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. I think Dylan is actually joining by Zoom. He's not in the chambers, but will be joining chambers when there's a chair available. Pleased to welcome Dylan as part of our senior management team. Dylan will be joining us in the role of Director of Operations and Community Services. Dylan's coming to us from the town of Midland, where he served as the Director of Operations for the town, and also Dylan oversaw operations for the Central Park Conservancy in New York City. So really interesting background. Holding the operations and community service portfolio, Dylan works with a talented team and works really closely with our collective communities in the provision of service. So we look forward to having Dylan on board and working with our communities and our team as we move forward in the provision of operations and community services. Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw.
Thank you very much, CAO Benz. A big shoes for Dylan to fill, replacing Mr. Binns, who's moved up to the CAO position, and I think it's made us a stronger team than we've ever been. So I'm looking forward to what you and your new team brings forward. We have no public meetings and deputation presentations. A couple quick house cleaning matters. I just want to, if everyone that is in chambers, if you can silence your cell phones, just so there's no interruptions. And whenever people come to speak, so that people given the deputations or anyone who's speaking later on in the meeting during open forum, I ask that you take time to adjust the mic so you're speaking directly into it as the meeting is being recorded and live streamed. So I'd like to first, the deputation from Diana Wells, if she's ready, if you could come to the podium and give your name and then proceed when ready, please, Ms. Wells.
Diana Wells. Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw and members of council for the opportunity to speak to you about the Tudhope petition. I am Diana Wells. I'm a resident of Oro-Medonte who is more than familiar with disruptive short-term rentals. I had one near me for more than 3 years. And so when a resident of Tudhope Boulevard asked me for help, I stepped up. I arranged and emceed a meeting at Bayview Memorial Park on July 16th, 2024. The meeting was attended by over 30 concerned residents, Mayor Greenlaw, and their ward councillor, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. Today, I've been asked to present a petition on behalf of the residents of Tudhope Boulevard. The people who signed the petition represent a neighborhood made unbearable when an illegal STR opened on Tudhope Boulevard over 3 years ago. I encourage you to read the petition carefully and reflect on what the residents of this community have endured and what they are seeking. The Bayview Memorial Park meeting was arranged not to point fingers, but to remedy a failure to protect their safety and their right to live in an enjoyable neighborhood at all levels of responsibility. Like so many others, the situation is Kafkaesque. They reported disruption to their respective counselors and are told that not much can be done as the complaint was made after the fact. So they reported disruption at 2 a.m. to the OPP and are told that the police do not respond to bylaw matters. They call municipal bylaw enforcement and leave a voicemail message or email a complaint and receive little response and no further action or help. Eventually, many of the residents simply give up out of frustration and stop reporting. And so on the cycle continues. The STR operator continues to carry on an illegal business and the local residents, continue to live in fear and are unable to enjoy their homes and their neighborhood. When asked why their complaints have not resulted in any changes, residents are told that there are few, if any, complaints on file, either because the complaint was placed on behalf of a neighbor at their request, or because they didn't file the reports of disruptions properly. Instead of leaving their report by phone or email as directed on the township's Facebook page, they learned that they needed to file a municipal enforcement comment complaint form. A form that is not advertised on Facebook, is not easy to find on the township website, and which, if one is able to locate it, turns out to be a non-fillable form. Meaning a printer is required to print the form, then the form must be completed by hand, scanned to a file, and resubmitted to the township. Certainly this is not the simplest method of communication for most people. Residents have made dozens of complaints to municipal bylaw enforcement. Many of these complaints were forwarded to their respective ward councillors. It is unfair to blame the victims for not properly reporting or deny that their complaints even exist. They did report many, many times, and nothing has changed. To punctuate this community's concerns to the township and to substantiate their complaints, one elderly person who has lived on Tudhope Boulevard for more than 42 years visited his neighbors on his compact tractor, seeking their assistance. He personally took this petition door to door, and over 100% of the people that he asked signed it. Their homes are marked on the appended petition map with a star. The petition and these residents are actually just the tip of the iceberg. There is a group like this for every neighborhood negatively impacted by an illegal STR and frustrated by a systematic lack of bylaw enforcement. The residents of Oro-Medonte spoke to this issue in 2019 when over 1,500 people throughout the township signed a similar petition asking council to enforce their zoning bylaw. The people spoke loud and clear once again when we mobilized and came out to the polls in force to elect a new council, most of whom ran on a platform which included stopping the ongoing operation and proliferation of illegal STRs throughout the township. No one except the STR operators want this use legalized. The overwhelming majority of homeowners just want the existing zoning bylaw to be enforced. They don't want STRs legalized and licensed so the township can collect the municipal accommodation tax or license fee. As taxpayers, we do not want to supervise someone's hotel-like business, and we do not believe that the township should supervise them with our tax dollars either. The safety of the people of Tudhope Boulevard and the safety of all homeowners is not a negotiable issue and should never be considered for sale. Reading from the petition, here are some examples and results of the unacceptable and irresponsible behavior that has been witnessed in the Tudhope Boulevard community. Loud music at all hours of the day and night, music so loud that a young family 2 doors away has been forced to close all of their windows and doors and use a fan on high to create white noise so they could sleep. Loud, foul, and vulgar music at any time of the day or night. A group of men walking down the street late at night and shining lights in homeowners' windows. Neighbors fear going for a walk along the road when STR visitors are present. Some cars and trucks from the STR do not move over for pedestrians and now narrowly miss them as they speed past. In the early morning hours, the neighborhood has been awakened by squealing tires and roaring engines as cars street race on Tudhope Boulevard. The dangerous race is run, sleep is lost, and the perpetrators vanish into the darkness. On 3 occasions, the STR operator has driven his van and just about sideswiped an elderly pedestrian as he was walking his dog. Gunshots fired in the middle of the night, and in an area where drinking water is often drawn from shallow wells, raw sewage has been observed flowing down the driveway. This last occurred when there were more than 30 cars parked at the STR house. As I present this petition to you on behalf of the Tudhope Boulevard community, I make a very simple request. Focus on what needs to be done to protect this neighborhood now and to protect all neighborhoods from this unwanted and illegal use in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Wells. Council, are there any questions of clarification at this time that you would like to ask Ms. Wells? I think it's pretty straightforward, but if there's any questions, this is the time to ask. Seeing none at this, but thank you very much for your deputation and information that you've shared with us. Okay, so this will bring us now to 8B, a deputation by Kim Presnell. If you could come in and to the podium,
okay,
sir, and just state your name and proceed when ready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Kim Presnell, Oro-Medonte resident, 3rd time appearing before council. I feel like I'm in a bad Back to the Future movie, and I'm sorry to say it, but I've lived this, and I know you have too. But thank you for this opportunity to speak today. I've been studying short-term rentals since 2017. That's when someone opened up a short-term rental next to us, and by coincidence did the same thing to my brother in Shanty Bay, same time, and the same things occurred. And the interesting thing is we were 12 kilometers away, and we had the same problems. By 2019, there were more than 35 disruptive short-term rentals reported to the township. That was 2019. And I've written a nice, by the way, I'm not reading my speech, and I don't know if that bothers the clerk, but I'm going to paraphrase. Our homes are places where we reside. They're supposed to be enjoyed, not endured. We shouldn't dread Friday nights and who's going to arrive next door. They're supposed to be places where we feel safe and secure. The problems faced on Tudhope are problems that will only grow if they're legalized or otherwise permitted in residential zones. We could all be just one real estate deal away from living what homeowners on Tudhope are living. And I realize there's only a few that are up right now. That's fine, but nobody wants any of these. We don't want to go back to where we were in 2019, and that's my fear, and that's really why I wanted to address council today. because one of the issues that we face are legal non-conforming use claims. They potentially arise if council changes or otherwise makes bylaw or regulatory changes to our existing zoning bylaw related to short-term accommodations, including short-term rentals and bed and breakfasts. Anything that provides temporary accommodations, you're providing an opportunity for a dispute. And the claim will arise this way. The operators will say, well, what we were doing before was legal. And very clear in the Planning Act, if a use was legal prior to any regulatory changes, they're not subject to those restrictions. So when a legal non-conforming use claim is successful, they can continue as they always have. And that's not good. Because potentially out there are 500 of these that could be grandfathered. And by the way, that's the colloquial word. It's also called acquired use or legal non-conforming use. If that occurs, there's no way that you have the resources to even begin to protect homeowners and their neighborhoods. And so my suggestion to you is, I think we need to avoid those. So how do you avoid them? The best way and the most effective way is to establish that the existing zoning bylaw, they are not permitted, they are illegal. And how do you do that? By bringing a prosecution, successful prosecution. And maybe it'll require one or two. Section 440 of the Municipal Act. With a successful prosecution in hand, no existing illegal short-term rental will have a valid acquired right or legal non-conforming use claim. You'll have a means of defending them. Lobbyists for the industry have misled many people, including council. They claim that the OLT hearing that we recently had in the divisional court decision legalized short-term rentals in residential zones. And I realize some people believe that. It's just simply not true. They claim that short-term rental operators cannot be prosecuted. That's not true. And they even have the gall to cite Latin phrases that lawyers use, but it's really not designed to enlighten. It's designed to confuse. And I find that very, very troubling. Sadly, we live in an era when there is a relentless assault on reality. I wanted to write truth, but I'll leave it as reality. The reality is commercial accommodations, it was an exclusion added to a dwelling unit. It was considered by the OLT and by the divisional court, and it was squashed. The existing zoning bylaw they were already illegal. They didn't even need the commercial accommodation. All it was an attempt to clarify a meaning and provide a definition to an exclusion. The fact is, the court never even considered the underlying zoning bylaw. It's still valid. And I will point to the fact that it's still robust. Short-term rentals are not permitted in residential zones. And arguing about it I'll just leave you with a very powerful thought. Our planner, Mr. Gordon Knox, who testified at the OLT, provided 5 ways and showed 5 ways to the OLT that established that short-term rentals were not permitted. And in quashing the commercial accommodation exclusion, it didn't affect those 5 ways. And in presenting the 5 ways, legal counsel for the township agreed with Mr. Knox's analysis and his conclusions. So your counsel for the township has already agreed with Mr. Knox. Short-term rentals are not permitted in residential zones. Establishing this once and for all with a prosecution will put an end to the possibility of legal non-conforming use claims. It will bring certainty, and it'll protect homeowners, beginning with, and likely, people like the people on Tudhope. So how am I doing for time? Have you got a stopwatch? By the way, you got to feel sorry for people I used to lecture to because I used to speak really quickly. Unfortunately, with gray hair and loss of hair, I've slowed down. But I've got a couple more pages. Am I okay for time?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So ungovernable short-term rentals, are they really that bad? And the answer is yes. And I refer you to 2 papers that have been provided. And I have a 3rd paper that we will provide dated August 6th by Gordon Knox that also adds some more enlightenment. But if you read these papers, and I strongly encourage you to read these papers, I have no doubt that you'll find his work clear and compelling. He looked at Victoria, BC, he looked at Blue Mountains, and he looked at a rural township here in Simcoe County. And the conclusion was the same. Legal non-conforming use claims are essentially ungovernable. You can't regulate them. They will carry on business as they always have. So they're to be avoided. So concluding thoughts, we can avoid the situation, and I'm repeating myself, by enforcing the existing zoning bylaw, Proper planning was put in place, and I like the word proper planning. Some people talk about balanced planning. In 2014, when short-term rental use was identified, it was defined, and it was assigned to a zone at Horseshoe Valley called the V1 zone. Once a land use is defined, and once it's put in a zone, it can't wander. It's only permitted in the zones in which it's listed. Short-term rentals are not listed in any residential zone. This is a good planning approach, and you're not alone. Blue Mountain did the same thing in 2011, and it was approved by the Superior Court of Justice. Niagara Falls did the very same thing in 2021. Oro-Medonte also permitted short-term rentals in Carriage Hills, and I'll just remind you that when they did that, they did not permit them in residential zones. Some say the township can't possibly afford to protect our neighborhoods by enforcing the zoning bylaw. And I'll say to you, how can we afford not to? Spending money on a few prosecutions will save a lot of money in the long run. That's because you will have fewer legal claims, you will end up with neighborhoods that are protected, and taxpayers won't be burdened for generations dealing with these ungovernable short-term rentals. And it'll put an end to the uncertainty, because there are people who are still wondering, are they legal or are they not? The propagation of misinformation is a concerted attempt on behalf of some short-term rental operators to basically convince the township not to take enforcement action. They know full well that if you do take enforcement action and you're successful, it's game over. The township should not be deterred and must persevere. I urge you to follow this path. Most importantly, this is about protecting homeowners, all homeowners. And my brother keeps reminding me, it's called a pregnant pause. Did you enjoy the piece? That's what we used to have. Ultimately, the regulation of short-term rentals is a legacy issue. It's what we want for our children and our grandchildren. And the decisions you make should make our grandchildren proud. And the reality is, good planning, that's the root of good planning, making more responsible and more sustainable decisions that are not just good and politically expedient in the short term, but are good in the long term. And to me, that's the very root of proper planning. In closing, let me leave you with a final thought. Would you want to live next door to a short-term rental? I think we know the answer to that. Thank you, and as always, onward and upward. I end all my lectures that way.
Thank you very much, Mr. Presnell. Are there any questions for Mr. Presnell or for clarifications on this matter? We're very familiar with this, and I do want the chamber to understand that council is doing everything it can. We've had some decisions that haven't necessarily been favorable on how we've moved forward, and you can't always predict what the courts decide or how the OLT leans on certain matters. But we have community safety and character at the utmost importance of this township. Because if it's like anything else, if we allow, 40,000 people to move into the neighborhood tomorrow, we don't have what we have, and we're trying to save it. It's not just short-term rentals. We're dealing with annexation and a number of other things. And I know it's frustrating. A lot of people on this council came from the private and corporate world, and we're not used to things being as slow moving as an iceberg, it seems at times. So we haven't given up. We're still looking for a solution that is sustainable and protects our communities and neighborhoods. So thank you. And Madam Clerk, do we have a motion that council was bringing forward in regards to this matter, please?
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Hutchison, that the deputations from Diane Wells and Kim Presnell on behalf of the residents who live in the Tudhope Boulevard and Lakeshore Drive East area of Oro-Medonte, outlining their concerns about short-term rentals operating in the neighborhood and other residential neighborhoods in Oro-Medonte be received. And whereas council received a petition signed by numerous residents expressing concerns about the nuisance caused by STRs affecting their quality of life, requesting that council take action to address the nuisances. And whereas the petition outlines suggestions that the municipality can take to address STRs operating in the municipality, and whereas council understands and appreciates the concerns being expressed and is committed to addressing the concerns arising from problematic short-term rentals, and whereas council's direction was provided to staff in March 2023 to take a number of actions to address short-term rentals operating in the municipality. And whereas staff have taken a number of actions, including advancing prosecutions related to the zoning bylaw without success due to the high-level evidentiary threshold that must be held to achieve convictions. Be it resolved that staff be directed to prepare an information report for the September 11th, 2024 council meeting, updating council on what has been done by the municipality since 2018 to address STRs operating in the municipality. Be it resolved that staff be directed to prepare an options report with a recommendation reflecting best practice in the province of Ontario for council's consideration in October 2024.
Thank you. Any questions in regards to that motion by members of council? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? And can you mark that unanimous, Madam Clerk? You know, I want to thank Ms. Wells and Mr. Presnell for your deputations, and I want to ensure everybody in this chamber that we are very humble and privileged to be elected to serve you, and we're not rolling over or standing down on this, but we need to get it right, and we need to get it right without throwing unlimited resources at it. So we are trying to, I know it doesn't always seem because we can't go public with our strategy all the time, but we are trying to make sure we have something that's sustainable and practical moving forward in order to resolve this issue. So thank you very much for your presentations, and thank you very much the population growth within the last 20 minutes in this chamber shows the importance of this issue. So thank you very much. And Madam Clerk, I'm going to suggest we take a 5-minute break so that the KPGM can set up for their next deputation. Is that okay? Sorry.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, wondering if we can deal with open forum at this at this point in time.
Yeah.
Because my understanding is there are a number of individuals in the audience who wish to speak.
Okay, so as usual, the boss called the audible, and Madam Clerk. So what we'll do is we will move to open forum at this point before our next deputation in order to have anyone voice. And the open forums for you to say your piece or but it's not for dialogue or for council to answer questions. So when you come to the mic, please announce your name, and then everyone has 2 minutes in open forum to say their to communicate what they'd like to say, and then we can we'll move to the next until we get through hopefully everybody.
Mr. Mayor, may I add that if the person ahead of you has made the comments similar to what you are wishing to say, that you just state the new information so we don't have a continuation of repeat.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I'm going to add one more thing. Please be respectful and no direct aggressive language towards any individual council members, which is, I know, should be common knowledge, but I just want to remind everyone to let's keep things professional and respectful. Thank you.
Which is in accordance with the procedural bylaw.
Okay, my name is Barbara Foster. I live at 1019 Lakeshore Road East. I have a problem with a short-term rental beside me. I feel like it's a broken record. The people have taken a 4-bedroom home and made it into an 8-bedroom home without changing their septic system. Their septic system continues to get overrun every weekend when they bring in 8 people downstairs plus a boathouse. They've built a second boathouse without permit. And when this was brought to the attention of the township, the response was, well, let's get him a permit. He built it on the property line. Every one of the neighbors objected. What happened? The township let it go for a year and closed the file. They're now building another deck. They've got 2 docks and now they're building another deck. They continue to overtax their septic system. When the township went through a septic review, I called and called and called, saying there's an extra 4 bedrooms. They have done absolutely nothing. When my neighbor on the other side, in particular, gets this raw sewage that's affecting her on her side, the township does nothing. I don't understand when a lot of people went out and canvassed for this group of people to be on council, and we were told that the short-term rental, I mean, we've had arenas full of people saying we do not want short-term rentals. Yet the township has done nothing and continues to allow these people to be aggressive, continues allowed to not deal with our environment. I don't understand. I hope that with all these people coming out, with the group of people that were at the arenas, that somehow we get through to township, that we are the town, and that people should not come in, especially from another country, not deal with our laws, not respect our laws.
Ms. Foster, I just ask, let's not get into immigration or that. Let's stay focused on the short-term rental. If that's what it's about. I don't want to be.
No, but this person has come in and is not respecting our laws, and the township is allowing it.
Okay, no.
Thank you.
Thank you. The one thing also, I'm asking as best as possible, please keep your comments to a 2-minute time parameter so we can get through everybody within the allotted time, please. Thank you.
Randy, should I be offended? Do you think I'm a little long-winded?
No, I would never say that, Ms. McConnell, but.
Lillian McConnell from Maplewood Parkway. My comment is the short-term rentals with regards to calling in our complaints. I called in a complaint on Friday. I didn't hear back, and then I did hear Monday morning, which I appreciate, Mr. Shell. But here's my problem. It was down on Carthew Bay. There were 7 or 8 young men standing in the lake drinking their beer. Their music wasn't offensive, but this was an area where children usually congregate. I had my grandson there, and I thought, what example is that setting? So even though I live up on Maplewood and I'm not directly affected by this particular operation, the fact was it was inappropriate in a public setting. I don't believe you're allowed to have booze in the water. Anyway, having said that, then I find out that if you're not directly affected, then your complaint isn't really registered the same. So this is my point. No matter if I live on Maplewood or I live up on Jeremy or the Ravines, whatever. If there are complaints about short-term rentals, even though they're not beside me, they can affect my community. Oro-Medonte is my community. Down on Maplewood is my community, Carthew Bay. So what affects those people affects me, affects my other neighbors. So when we report to bylaw, even though I couldn't hear them at my home, it still affects my community. So I would like to see that addressed as a community response. And I would appreciate when you get your complaint, somebody acknowledge they received it. And I usually phone and leave my name and address. Just say, yep, we're on our way, or not going there today. So that I know I don't phone every 15 minutes. Okay? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, Council. Hello, your mayorship. How are you? I'll be really quick. It just came to me as an idea. My name is Sean Power. I live on Parkside Drive. With all of these particular infractions of bylaws, I'm just curious to know why there isn't a specific division for short-term rentals. And also, say, for example, with septic, I paid $60,000 for an over-engineered septic because I'm on the lake. I'm all about the environment. If there is a septic, I was very clear to be within the regulations. I dealt with the septic division here. If I would have found out that my neighbor's septic had an issue, I would have come here and gone to the septic department. My concern and my question, my advice is, bylaw officers with tickets, with fines, can they not go out and enforce, regardless of a strategy or a legal behind-the-scenes sort of thing, to be a bit of a hassle to these people who are obviously breaking the law? So if there is a septic infraction, get septic division down there with a little ticket and go, there's a $100 fine, you can show up, or it goes to $1,000. And at least while we're waiting for some sort of legal process, we will increase the coffers of the council, which might help with our legal costs. So my idea in short is, and if it's not, there isn't a specific, if we're not unmanned in terms of bylaw officers, I'll volunteer my time for free. I'll go around knowing the bylaws and write up tickets. But I think in terms of these small ones that people are talking about, if there's an infraction, is it possible to get a division out there that is dealing with infractions that goes no matter what the time of day, writes the ticket, and then they got to deal with it. So it's not ignored. Even if the ticket doesn't go through, they have to go through a process. So that's my only suggestion. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Next. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm Joanne Beauville, and I live at 2357 Lakeshore Road East on the lake.
Excuse me, can I just have you speak into the microphone? It's just so we can pick
I
you up
didn't
on
realize you
live
couldn't hear me.
stream. Okay, thank you.
My name's Joanne Beauville. My sister and I own 2357 Lakeshore Road East. We live on the lake. The family has owned the property for over 70 years. Sue and I have owned it for about 25 years. It's our permanent residence at this point. And we have a short-term rental right next door. We have several in the neighborhood. At this point, we can't call and say, this has been extremely disruptive. They're not too noisy. They're not, but it's a different blinking family or bachelor party every weekend, every week. They come in, they go through. It's like rotating hotel without any supervision. I mean, they have cameras. So the neighbors, the owners can watch a little bit. But it doesn't make you feel safe. because you don't know who's coming in. You don't know who it is. When they've rented for a month or 2 months or 4 months, we've been friendly. We've made friends. We've not necessarily that we've kept, but it has been a relationship. They belong to the community for that length of time. People don't come in and belong to a community for a week. My neighbor works. Every night there's somebody out sitting, that there's people there. There's somebody out sitting outside, right outside his bedroom window. He has to go to work the next day. It feels like, even though we can't call and say it's too noisy, it feels like a form of abuse. It's like a bully coming in and saying, they say, this is my property, I can do what I want with it. But none of us are allowed to do what we want with our properties, unless we want exactly what the rules say. And we have trouble if we don't follow the rules. We have to have a certain size septic. We have to follow the rules. We have to follow the well rules. You can only have so big a house. We live on 50-foot lots. So when somebody comes in with 25 people, it definitely affects us because we can see them all the time. So I think I ran out of time. Is that what you're telling me? Okay. And I'd like to know that when I send something in, I'm sending it to the right place. I haven't received anything back from Curtis, though I send him every weekend. I send him a note saying, yes, we have another short-term rental. If I'm not doing the right thing, I'd like to know.
Okay. Thank you. Is there anyone else at this? Sorry. Yep.
And Mr. Mayor, we do have
Yeah.
one person registered
Okay.
actually as well, which we'll catch later at the end.
We'll catch after. We got two, and then thank you.
Good morning, Mayor, Greenlaw and Council. Just one recommendation based upon what the Madam Clerk read out about your intentions.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, and I know your name, but you have to announce it for the
Sorry, I'll do it again.
case. Thank
Sorry.
you.
Yeah, I'm Dave Johnson, so I'm at 5 Lakeshore Road, East here in Oro-Medonte. I'm also a member of the Oro-Medonte Good Neighbors Alliance. And I'd like to make a recommendation to Council based upon what the Madam Clerk read out at the conclusion of the deputations for this report that you're going to have prepared in September. You particularly mentioned the problem of the high evidentiary threshold in previous court cases, which did not go well for our cause. Hopefully that report will talk about your process by which you are going to get this evidence and how the township will resource getting that evidence to make this happen. That I think is an essential element of that report, because you've heard from a number of the deputation or the comments in the open session that people have reported and they believe they have not been heard, and that when being heard means in this case it's somewhere in a system, and that system brings to the attention of the council the actual facts that are out there. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Full house today. Good morning, Mayor Greenlaw and Council. I'll try and be brief. I too, like Dr. Johnson, would like to make a couple of observations about the motion that was.
Sorry, Dean.
My name is Dean.
My apologies.
Dean Blaine. I'm a resident of Oro-Medonte. I'd like to make a couple of comments about the motion that was passed after the deputations, in addition to what Dr. Johnson said, which I agree with, and would add the further comment that I've read all those decisions from the OLT and from the divisional court several times. I am not aware of any heightened evidentiary responsibility or requirement that flows from those decisions as it relates to the zoning bylaw that was in place prior to 2015. Those decisions had no impact on what was in place prior to 15 and the commercial accommodation amendment. I'm can only speculate. I don't know, obviously, but if that's in the motion, a phrasing about heightened or was it additional evidentiary requirements, I assume that's coming from your lawyers. I'm very puzzled by it. I've been a lawyer for 40 years in the province of Ontario. I've read the decisions. I don't see it. So I would encourage you to focus on that aspect of the legal advice that I assume you're getting to put that kind of comment in the motion. The second thing about the motion, I believe, Madam Clerk, it referred to a report, staff being asked to provide a report in September about best practices in the province of Ontario regarding short-term rentals. I'll look at all of you and say, really? You don't know what needs to be done yet? You want staff to go out and do a survey of other municipalities in the province of Ontario, which we know take vastly different approaches to the issue, ranging all the way from, as Dr. Presnell mentioned, Blue Mountains, containing the short-term rental use to specific zones, to a wide open field day of licensing. I don't think you're going to find anything that can be considered a best practice. You will find many different practices, but I think in Oro-Medonte, we already know what needs to be done. Many of you were elected based on your consultations with the residents of this township that told you what the problem was, and you had ideas, and we all bought into those ideas. I think we know what needs to be done, and you know what needs to be done, and a report from staff about best practices strikes me as unnecessary, and it's going to take us down the wrong path if you let it. Please don't let them do that. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak at this time? Because we have one registered, Madam Clerk, you said.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have Jane Voorhees for item 11F.
Good morning, Council. Jane Voorhees, Oro-Medonte. First of all, I just want to apologize to everyone in the room. This is actually about 11F, so it's not about the issue that you've spoken to. But on a side note, just sitting here listening to the residents in this room and their stories, my heart just breaks for them. I'm sure you must, Council, feel that as well. Their stories are compelling, it's disconcerting, and I truly hope that there is a resolution to these residents who live here, who love Oro-Medonte. It truly breaks my heart today to hear them. So I'm here to talk about 11F. So I would like to extend my gratitude to Ms. Musso Garcia. I don't know if she's in the room. No? Okay, thank you. For her comprehensive staff report on the new community safety zone bylaw and its implementation. The report thoroughly highlights the parklands, school areas, medical facilities, wharfs, boat launches, and sports fields across the areas of Oro-Medonte, emphasizing the need for new community safety zone designations. Specifically, the report identifies a road section in Shanty Bay Village as detailed in Schedule A of the new bylaw and a map of the area in Figure 1 of the staff report. This section, which includes the sports field, boat launch, and wharf, is noted in her report as being in need of designation. Today, I'm here to request that the community safety zone in the Shanty Bay Lower Village area be extended to cover all of Bay Street Near the corner of Bay Street and Line 2 at the bottom is the Village Park, known as the Village Green. This parkland, which features a jungle gym, baseball diamond, and grass field, is owned by the church and supported by the residents of the community. Since Shanty Bay sadly lacks a township-owned playground, this space of the Village Green is heavily used by young children, seniors, and is one of the parklands, has two entrances. One is along Bay Street. So if you could extend the community safety zone along the lower part of Bay Street, that is a very narrow area, and there's no sidewalk there, and there's a lot of complaints about the speeding issue along Bay Street. So if you could consider to extend the CSE to cover all of Bay Street in today's meeting and adjust the report to reflect this change. I also have two questions for the council to consider in the discussion of the report. One is to inquire about the signage. What will the speed limit be in these community safety zones? Will there be different speed limits in different areas, and how will that be determined? And will the new speed limit be highlighted on the signs in the designated areas? The second and last question for council to consider in their discussion is, when will automated camera speed enforcement program commence, and what areas in the township will you consider these cameras? Thank you for your consideration. And thank you, people, for your presentations. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay.
Good morning, Council. My name is Ann Triance. I live in Edgar. And I would like to know why staff are not shown on the screen. Are they not part of the council meeting? They sound like a voice in the wilderness when they speak.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You know what? We can maybe take that offline because it's not on the agenda, and all the items that are being spoken to during the meeting are agenda items, Ms. Truans. Does that make sense?
I've already requested this in person with my counselor and yourself, and no result.
Yeah. Okay, well, you know what? I'm happy to follow up with you after today's meeting.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Is there anyone else? If not, then that'll be the conclusion of closed session, and what we'll be doing is we'll
Open forum, Mr. Mayor.
Well, it's so cozy, I just figured on. So that'll be the end of open forum, and what we will do is we'll take a 5-minute break before the deputation from KPMG in order for those who want to leave can at that time. Okay? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, you're not on camera. We are live.
Just give me a sec. Where am I? I'm trying to get my cursor over to where the camera thing is.
Mr. Mayor,
Well,
we're live.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Welcome back to everyone from our brief break. We are now at item 8C, a presentation by Byron Tan of Watson's and Associates, Economists Limited. Mr. Watson or Mr. Tan, are you, whenever you're ready, if you want to proceed?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, I would just like to open up with some words. The purpose of this presentation by Watson and Associate is to provide council and all stakeholders an overview of the charges, or the changes, I should say, that have occurred within the Development Charges Act and steps staff had been taking to update the township's bylaw, Development Charges bylaw and rates, which is set to expire October 23rd, 2024. Staff and the team at Watson and Associates have diligently been analyzing the township's anticipated growth and projects directly related to that growth that can be funded using development charges collected. I would like to now introduce Byron. He will be doing his presentation for you. He's Byron Tan, who is our team leader and manager at Watson and Associates LLP.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Natalie, for those words. I'd just like to note that I don't have presenter status, so all I have is just audio.
That's fine. Do you want to, can we, just one second, Byron, can we put it up on the screen and navigate through as he gives the presentation?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, let me just put that up.
Okay.
Oh, perfect.
Mr. Tan may have presentation.
I do have it now.
Rights now, yeah.
Okay.
Please let me know when you can see my screen.
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Well, good morning, Your Worship, members of council, staff, and the public. Thank you for the introduction, Nellie. As she has mentioned, my name is Byron Tan. I'm manager here at Watson and Associates, and today I'm here to provide you with a presentation of the development charge background study as it stands today. It's been a long time coming. We've been working with the township and staff diligently over the past few months, and essentially we're here today to kind of provide you a little bit of the draft findings, as well as provide you a little bit of summary of what's transpired to date, some of the changes to the legislation that has occurred over the last few months, and then topping it off with not only the draft rates that are for your for consideration from the township, which would eventually lead into a background study and report, but also taking a look at yourselves and compared to your neighbors, where you stand in terms of development charges. So, my presentation here, really kind of walks you through, the overview, the current changes to the act, your current policies, all the draft findings to date, and then, as I mentioned, a comparator survey. If there are any questions through my presentation, feel free to ask. I'll try to look at the screen here to see if anyone's raising their hands, or please, say something and, feel free to stop me. However, I do find that most of the questions that I am asked is a good segue to the next slide or two. So, as I said, feel free to ask, at any point in time. So just a little bit of a summary of the timeline. So, we were working with the township, essentially being contracted back in June of 2023. Since that time, we've had numerous meetings, with the township staff, looking at all of the background data, undertaking the modeling, the planning process, etc. And there was a lot of information that needed to be generated as part of this study program. I did present to council back in January of this year to provide you a little bit of an overview of the legislation, as well as how the development charges were proceeding in terms of the study process. But now we're here today to actually provide you with some of the draft findings. So I think we're coming to a close towards the end of the background study process, and it's not the end of the road yet. We still do have a couple more meetings that are slated. We need to release the background study and draft bylaw. You'll be able to receive the background study officially through your Development Services Committee on September 4th. And then we're looking to host the mandatory public meeting, which is a requirement under the Act, under the Development Charges Act, on September 11th. And then subsequent to that, we are looking for council's consideration of the bylaw on October 23rd. So just a brief overview and a recap really for most of you here. I know it's been 8 months since we've last spoken. But essentially, development charges, I mean, they're nothing new. It's a revenue tool provided by the province to essentially recover for growth-related capital costs with respect to residential and non-residential development within a community. These revenues are meant to offset the otherwise funding that would have been required from existing taxpayers and user fees, rates, water and wastewater rates, etc. So development charges really are a one-time cost that are imposed on new developments only, where it's sorry, I apologize about that, where it's only looking at new growth in order to offset the cost that would be really, at the end of the day, be funded by the existing community had you not had development charges. These capital costs are in addition to what you would normally construct as part of a subdivision. So, as part of a subdivision agreement, typically you would request a developer to, provide you and construct the internal roads, sidewalks, street lights, water mains, etc. And then at a point in time, once that subdivision is built out, you would assume those assets. So that really is all the developer's responsibility. However, the capital costs that are included as part of the development charges are more of the broader infrastructure pieces. So more like your collector roads, large water main trunks, that would connect whole communities, storage towers, to service a whole area, really at a higher level and more extended. So, with that being said, municipalities are empowered to impose development charges via the Development Charges Act. Now, in terms of the relationship between development charges and your existing revenue sources, which you don't really have too many of them, as you're growing in a community and, there's new, units coming online, residential units, non-residential units, you're going to have to provide infrastructure to service them. So that's either, upgrading or establishing new roads. Maybe you have a bunch of gravel roads through the rural community, and as you're building subdivisions, you now need to pave all of them to asphalt to allow for the higher counts of traffic. Or, you need more parks and recreation services, fire services, again, water services in terms of, distribution and treatment. So with that infrastructure, with the growth comes the infrastructure. So really, at the end of the day, you have development charges to be able to help pay for that new infrastructure. Or if you don't have DCs, or at least reduce the DCs, then really your only recourse to have revenues in order to pay for that new infrastructure is really on existing tax rates, property taxes, water fees, water rates, user fees, existing reserves, etc. So as you can see here from this chart, development charges really are just meant to offset the costs that would otherwise be a burden to existing ratepayers and taxpayers, and putting this all within the new developments. In terms of the overview of how we undertake a development charge background study, we start off with looking at the more broader approach of looking at developing your growth forecasts. And that's done through looking at official plans, other planning documents, staff reports, etc. So that's our 30,000 feet level, establishing at least our growth and development. Then we take a look at master plans and other, staff reports or, capital budgets, etc. Essentially, this then establishes our capital in order to support the growth. So your official plan or other growth forecasting documents may suggest that you grow by, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 homes. Well, then your master plans or other capital needs should be providing the background as to the type of infrastructure you would need to support that at a sustainable rate based on your current levels of service. And we take all that information, work with staff and the team to essentially generate a development charge background study, which then informs your bylaw that you can then impose for, again, new residential and non-residential growth. So just a little bit of a background there. Again, this is more of a recap for most of you, but essentially the method for calculating the development charges are summarized here in 6 steps. Actually, the Development Charge Act has over 80 clauses and over 100 subclauses, which makes for great nighttime reading if you have insomnia. But in this case here, we've just summarized it into 6 simple steps that really overview the majority of the calculations. So the first one is identifying, as I mentioned, the amount, type, and location of growth. So we take a look at the municipality, we try to identify where is the growth located, what's in your development pipeline, and then we try to take a look at, well, what type of growth is it? Is it residential, non-residential? Are they single-family homes, townhomes, apartments, etc.? So we take a look at that, and that forms at least our base as to who we are trying to accommodate. The next step then says, we identify the servicing needs to accommodate that growth. So as I said, looking at your, existing levels of service, what you're trying to provide, with your community, what do you need to service this growth in order to maintain your approach to, your existing residents? So in that case, we take a look at, do you need additional fire services? Will this growth trigger another fire station? Will it require maybe perhaps, a platform or an aerial truck because now you're growing, maybe vertically? Similarly, as I mentioned earlier in my example, you may have the growth where it's subdivision, maybe in a rural area, but because of the traffic counts from that subdivision, we now need to upgrade the roads to asphalt versus gravel. So there's a lot of items there where, we're talking about the increase in need for servicing. And then number 3 then says, identify the capital cost to provide the servicing to meet those needs. So while number 2 and 3 sound similar, they're actually slightly different. So number 2 is more, we need additional parks and recreation. We need roads. We need fire protection. Number 3 then says, well, what capital project do you need in order to meet that service? So for example, you need additional parks and recreation servicing. Maybe the capital project is a splash pad or, a playground. That's something that you have the flexibility to change. And again, this is through conversations with staff and, council's intent. But, the capital costs can be fluid, but as long as you're providing something that meets the needs to accommodate the growth. Although we can identify a number of capital costs, we do have a number of deductions we must adhere to under the Development Charges Act. If you have any grants, subsidies, or maybe other contributions, whether it's from the development community, maybe neighboring municipalities or the upper tier, maybe the province, feds, etc., we need to deduct those contributions because really they are amounts that you are now recognizing as revenue to help pay for these capital works. And, it shouldn't be, and it should be shared, with the development community as you're undertaking these capital works. Another deduction that we have to look at is a benefit to existing development. And what this means is if the asset that we're trying to construct or purchase has a benefit to the existing community, then, that portion should really be deducted and be paid through other revenues because it's not growth driven. So, the new growth within the municipality is not causing, a portion of that capital, to be constructed or purchased. A good example of this would be, let's say, constructing a new facility. Let's take, for example, let's say a fire station. Again, and a simple example, and there's a lot of nuances to this, but just for illustrative purposes, let's say you had to build a 10,000 square feet fire station in order to accommodate, the new developments. However, you were going to tear down an existing fire station that, was already 5,000 square feet. So as you're tearing down that 5,000 square foot fire station, building a 10,000 square foot fire station, you already provided the community with a 5,000 square foot facility. So as you're building that new facility, technically 50% of that should be a benefit to existing, because that was already something that you were providing, prior to this new build. Again, that's a simplified example. There's a number of other factors to it, but that's how we would typically approach a benefit to existing calculation. We also have what's called an amount in excess of the service standard calculations. So if you recall back in January, I had presented a number of service standard examples where the development charges that you can charge for certain services cannot exceed what you historically provided over the last 15 years. Now, this doesn't apply to water, to water services, wastewater services, stormwater, or transit, which only one of it is actually pertinent to you. But essentially, we take a look at what you provided in the last 15 years in terms of, inventory, replacement costs, etc. And when we take a look at that level of service multiplied by the growth forecast, that dollar amount that's generated from those calculations is a ceiling that we cannot go over. So that kind of keeps the development charges in check. So then that way we're not putting in, other items that really go beyond what you historically provided. And then lastly, we also have development charge reserves. So if you do have, a reserve fund, which you obviously do, as you're going from one bylaw to the other, you're collecting DC monies. Some of that funds are actually going to projects, but some are kind of being put away for a future project that's going to be undertaken maybe in a couple of years from now. So you're building up a reserve fund. Well, the fact that you've already collected that money beforehand, if we're identifying that project within the capital sheet, we're now putting a deduction against the funds that you've already collected, let's say over the last 5 years. So that's something that we do, especially on every single background study. Once we undertake those deductions, we then divide the costs between residential and non-residential benefit. And this is typically done by looking at, say, the population and employment splits. So, if your population's growing by, 1,000, and then you have employees at 500, then we're allocating basically 66% to residential, 33% to non-res, right? So, 1,000 divided by 1,500, et cetera. And then finally, once we allocate the res and non-res benefit, we then divide it by the growth forecast. So for your particular case, we have a growth forecast extending 10 years. So we take a look at the residential cost that we've allocated, divide it by the growth, and then we calculate our DCs. And that's similar on the non-res side. So in a simplified term, we take a look at the cost of infrastructure to accommodate the growth, divide it by your growth forecast, split between res and non-res to generate a charge. The residential charges are typically split up into different categories. We have your singles and semi-detached. We have multiples, which are your apartments, which are your townhouses, And then we have apartments that we typically split between small and large, typically by bedrooms. So, a 1-bedroom and studio apartment is a charge, 2 bedrooms or more is another charge. And then on non-residential charge, we typically undertake it on a square foot or per square meter basis, whatever unit of measure you'd like to utilize. And, we could do it either as a uniform charge or split up by the different, non-residential categories. In terms of the DC eligible services, so as of now, based on all of the updates to the Development Charges Act, there's only 19 services that are eligible under the Development Charges Act. And you're seeing them on the screen here. For the purposes of the background study, we are examining 5 services. So we have your water services related to a highway, which is really roads related infrastructure and public works, right? So your public works facilities, fleet, equipment. We also look at fire protection, parks and recreation, and we are adding Provincial Offenses Act. So your bylaw officers, we're adding that for this round. This was not included in 2019, but this was something through discussions with township staff that we would like to include as part of the analysis. And I would like to point out as well, in addition to these services, we can also include growth-related studies, as long as that they are in line with one of these 19 services. So for example, this development charge background study, that is something that is fully recoverable under your development charge bylaw. We also have, let's say any master plans, say a transportation master plan, fire master plan, water master plan. Those items can all be included as eligible capital to be recovered. I kind of mentioned this earlier, but just to give you a little bit of a refresher, for the service standard calculations, as I said, it's just a historical outlook of what you've provided as a municipality over the last 15 years. We look at it based on quantity and quality measures. And what I mean by that is the quantity is simply identifying the number of assets that you have in that category. So for example, in my fire take, we would list then the number of facilities that you have. So the number of fire stations, their square footages over a 15-year time horizon, and then allocating a replacement cost. If you had to build those fire stations today, what would that value look like? And we then take that information and divide it by the population over the last 15 years to get that average. And it's that average that we then forward forecast to take a look at what is that maximum ceiling that we can collect for. And as I mentioned, this does not apply for water, wastewater, storm, or transit. In terms of capital costs, we can include a number of capital costs as long as it meets the definition within the Act. As you can see here on the list, we can include land. We can purchase land or an interest in land. We can improve land. So if you have, let's say, land such as a parkland piece that was dedicated to you, we can actually use development charge money to improve that land. So that way you can add, your seeding, sodding, fencing, add some amenities to it. Those are items that are all eligible under the DCA. We can also acquire, lease, and construct and improve buildings. So we can also include furniture, fixtures, and equipment as well. So if you're building a new facility, public works, parks and recreation, etc., we can include all of those costs as long as it meets that growth-related test. We can include, miscellaneous equipment and vehicles, your rolling stock. As well, you don't have to own the building. We can also include the capital component of leased assets. Again, as long as you're providing the service, it doesn't matter whether you're, undertaking that service through an owned building, or you're renting the space, or you're paying somebody to provide you that service. And an example of that, let's say, would be a snowplow, or if you didn't have let's say a in-house snowplow, you could contract a company, plow all your roads. But the fact that you're still providing that service, we can include the capital component of their vehicles. So again, there's multiple ways to look at the capital costs. In terms of libraries, if you're circulation materials, libraries aren't good without the books and all of the other miscellaneous equipment, so that can all be included. I mentioned studies are also eligible, and as well interest costs. So if you have any debt financed capital works that are growth related, maybe from prior DC bylaws, or even in the future too, if you have any capital items that you'll be undertaking, some loan amounts or some financing because you simply don't have the money up front to pay for it in one shot, we can include that as part of, we can include the interest costs and financing costs associated with that work into the DC for recovery. With respect to these capital items, we can use any planning horizon, except for transit, which is limited to 10 years. However, for the purposes of your study, we did limit it to a shorter time horizon because that's where a lot of your capital projects and your reports are based on. However, should you undertake any future master plans, we should be able to go even farther than a 10-year time horizon. And I believe some municipalities even go as far as say 2051, right? Which then kind of aligns with the province's planning forecasts. And then finally on this sheet, I just want to point out that, you can also include costs that are either incurred or proposed to be incurred. I'll stop there for a second before I talk about the rest of that sentence. Authorized costs would be items that are, passed by council, through your budgets that are approved, so these are the authorized amounts that, you've already established that you will be undertaking. However, as you can tell, the DC study looks at a long-term forecast, whether it's 10 years or longer. So we can also include capital items that council may not have turned their minds to yet, but you will be looking at them at an annual basis as staff come forward with you with the budget approvals, right? During budget time. So we can include capital items that are still proposed to be incurred and not slated in stone yet. And then additionally, we can do this on behalf of the others, on behalf of the municipality or local board. So what I mean by that is, if you have any costs that are not, let's say, Oro-Medonte's specific capital, but maybe a neighboring municipality that provides you a service agreement, we can include the capital costs that you are actually providing them as a transfer payment, because at the end of the day, they are servicing your residents and businesses. So it doesn't have to be a capital item that you do within Oro-Medonte. It can be purchase services as well. Now, keep in mind that there are some limitations to capital costs. We can't include parkland. We can't purchase parkland using development charges. So while you can acquire land and purchase land for other services, water, public works, roads, fire, etc., we can't do it for parkland. And the reason for that is you have the Planning Act to get parkland dedication under Section 42, 51, and 53. So with that being said, the province doesn't want you, double dipping between that. So we can't include parkland acquisition. However, we can improve the land once you actually received it, either through dedication or cash in lieu. The vehicles and equipment must have a useful life of 7 years or longer. So it has to be major capital assets really that we're including. And we can't include any computer equipment that's not integral to the delivery of the service. So for example, if you have, let's say, the admin staff of that particular, department, so let's say the public works, if they have a computer that's in the back that they're just using for, administrative means, we can't include that type of equipment. But if it's like a GPS or a computer equipment within a vehicle, to get you around to be able to, make those service calls or whatever the case may be, obviously that's included. We're not going to slice and dice the cost of a vehicle with computer equipment. And one last thing here is that Bill 23, which was passed in November 28, 2022, it actually proposed the removal of land, to be essentially making it an ineligible capital item. However, the caveat to that was it would be related to services that the minister or the province would prescribe. However, as of today, there's still no prescribed services that would be, removed from development charges in terms of land. So until that time comes, we're still including land acquisitions in all calculations because it's not in force. So just a little bit of an overview of the development charges. Again, this will be really brief. I think this is just more of a history a lesson, but essentially development charges are not new. They've been around since the early 1950s through the lot levies under the Planning Act, really coming out of World War II in order to help properly plan all the farmland that was within Ontario. Since that time, we are working with the newest and latest legislation. The first iteration of the Development Charge Act came in 1989. But really what we're working through today is the 1997 Act. That just made a number of changes by adding exemptions, making sure that we're not gold plating and just putting things into the DCA for the sake of putting it in. So there's a number of items that we now need to adhere to based on that 1997 Act. Now, since that time, there's been 9 pieces of amendments to that Act, all of which is being adhered to as part of your background study. But the latest ones that you are probably been akin to over the past couple of years was Bill 23, 134, and Bill 185, which actually just came out 2 months ago. So just a little bit of an overview. Again, most of this we've kind of lived through through your past bylaw update. But essentially with Bill 108 and 138, it introduced the idea of installment payments for rental housing and institutional developments. So if you're a rental housing, you can actually apply for a building permit, pay your DCs, However, have your DCs spread over 6 installments. So basically 5 years. So the first payment being at occupancy, and then an annual payment until you reach 6 payments equal to the payable DC amount. In terms of a DC rate freeze, that is now something that all municipalities have to provide. So if a development were to come into the township and gave you a site plan application or zoning bylaw amendment, application amendment, then you have to provide them a rate freeze, a freezing of the DCs for a period of 2 years. Now that 2 years has changed recently, but at this point in time, if that application were to come through, again, you have to hold the rates frozen, regardless of whether you update the bylaws or index, for that prescribed period. Now, having said that, we can also add an interest cost with these payments. So the installment payments as well as the rate freeze, you can charge an interest rate, which is now actually the maximum amount that you can include is the prime rate of the big banks plus 1 percentage point. And I believe right now, with prime from the last quarter, it's about 7%. So with that change, you can actually implement an 8% interest rate on top of these frozen rates and installment payments. Bill 187, just briefly, it removed the mandatory 10% deduction that you had to undertake when looking at your capital program. As you saw, the list of eligible services have been updated, to expand just to those 19. And then we are also allowed to now undertake what's called a CBC, community benefits charge. So for some municipalities that may be growing high density, a minimum of 5 stories or 10 residential units, you can now impose another charge called the community benefits charge, which really mirrors the previous Section 37 bonusing. Essentially, as developments were to build, higher, you should be allowed to then recoup revenue, extract revenues from those developments to help pay for community benefits, like whether you want to do art installations, cultural works, parking, etc. Again, that only applies to those municipalities that may have high-rise developments, again, over 5 stories and 10 plus units. Bill 213, this wasn't a change to the Development Charge Act, but it was a change to the colleges and universities legislation, where there's an exemption now for universities. If you did have a university in the municipality, if there's any developments within their lands, those developments would be exempt from DCs. So that's something that we are monitoring for other municipalities, and it only applies if you do have university grounds. And then Bill 109, it's just more work for the treasurer, for Nellie and her team, to have to undertake more rigorous treasurer statements when reporting to the province. Now, just to give you a little bit of a backgrounder on Bill 23, this introduced a number of reductions and deductions. So unfortunately, there were a lot of items that really reduced the ability to collect for a higher development charge amount. It introduced a number of exemptions. So if you have any inclusionary zoning bylaws that have affordable housing within them, which really is more in the GO Transit corridor, so it may not affect you, those would be exempt from DCs. Nonprofit housing, that's all exempt from DCs. Additional residential units. So this was already part of the act a long time ago. However, they just amended it so that they revised the definition, where now if there's any developments or intensification of single family homes, multiples or apartments, developers or builders can add an additional unit up to depending on the size of the current facility without having to pay a DC. So they just revised the definition there, and I can work with the municipal staff in order to track these types of ARUs and these exemptions. The biggest one was the affordable owned and rental units. So the province released a bulletin just recently, and I'll show you that in a subsequent slide. But essentially, if a development, meets the threshold of being called affordable based on the income qualifiers, then you cannot charge them a DC. And I'll show you what your thresholds are for Oro-Medonte. I believe it's in about 5 or 6 slides. And then there's attainable housing units, not defined yet by the province, but once they do release the definition and provide a bulletin to it, these type of units would also be exempt from DCs. And then we have rental housing. So, in addition to the affordable rental housing being exempt, for those that meet the criteria of being rental but not exempt from affordable, they get a discount on the DCs. So based on the number of bedrooms, if you have a 1-bedroom or a studio apartment, you get a 15% discount. A 2-bedroom gets 20%, and then a 3 bedrooms or larger get 25%. Now, keep in mind, to be qualified as a rental housing, the whole building has to be all the units within that building have to be purpose-built rentals, and you need to have a minimum of 4 units within that building. So there has to be a criteria within the act to qualify as a rental unit. They've removed the ability for municipalities to collect for housing as an eligible DC service. Some municipalities, typically the upper tier and the single tiers, they provide social housing. Unfortunately, now you can no longer collect DCs to help pay for that type of development. There's been some capital cost amendments. As I mentioned, land is a potential item that may be removed, but hasn't been prescribed yet. And Bill 23 actually removed studies at the time, but you can see in my earlier slide, we're actually including it. That's because Bill 185, which was just released in the summertime in June, actually put it back in. So, province took it away, then they gave it back. So it's a lot of moving parts. But for your purposes, it doesn't affect you because you didn't pass a bylaw in between that time horizon. There was a mandatory phase-in. So, some municipalities, if you were passing a bylaw between January 1, 2022 and really June 6, 2024, you had to phase in your charge of whatever you implemented. That's now been removed as per Bill 185. However, as I mentioned earlier, you can, the other items here are still in effect. So there is a maximum interest rate for the installment payments and rate freeze. I already mentioned it's the prime plus 1%. The treasurer of the municipality has to allocate 60% of the revenues that are received by a municipality at the beginning of the year for water, wastewater, and roads. Again, it's allocate and not spend. So it just means that, let's say you collect $100,000 in DCs this year for water, you have to ensure that 60,000 of that is being allocated to a project. You don't have to spend it, but you're just earmarking it to a specific item. And then the bylaws now have a useful life of 10 years. It used to be 5. In terms of Bill 134, again, I'll just briefly talk about this, but essentially, with that affordable rental and owned unit exemptions, Bill 134 added an income qualifier to it, where it has to be equal to 30% of the 60th percentile of income for the household. So that's something, again, I'll talk about in a subsequent slide. But prior to that, they didn't have an income qualifier. It just said, if your unit is less than 80% of the average purchase price or the market value, then it's considered affordable. So as you can see here, they've changed that 80% now to 90%. So it's the lesser of the two. And then lastly, with Bill 185, this is the most recent one that just came 2 months ago. As you can see here, they removed the mandatory phase-in. We can now introduce studies as part of the capital costs, and we've gone through this with the township staff. So you will see a studies charge and a capital item with respect to them. That rate freeze for zoning bylaws and for zoning and site plan applications, that's now being reduced from 2 years to 18 months. So the province would like developers to proceed quicker without having to freeze the rates over a 2-year period to allow municipalities to have that development charge revenue faster. And then there's some process for minor amendments. For some municipalities, they can now, remove, reinstitute the growth studies if they passed the bylaw and forgot to include it in because of Bill 23, as well as remove the mandatory phase-in. And then lastly, the modernization piece. So for some municipalities, if you don't have a newspaper, you can now use your website or other mediums of communication to post your notice requirements. Let's say for the bylaw or the public meeting. Historically, if you read the act, it does say that you do have to post these notices on a newspaper that's widely circulated in the clerk's opinion. So again, a lot of municipalities are moving away from newspapers in terms of print, so that's why they've allowed this modernization piece. Any questions so far before we go into just the current and draft? I'm almost done. That was just a lot of background. Nope, seeing none.
No,
So
please
just
continue.
a little bit of an overview of your current DC rates. As you can see here, your current rates right now, if we're looking at, let's say, township charges for a single detached home, expect to pay about $16,600 for your roads, fire, parks, and rec and studies. Within the Horseshoe Valley area, there was additional charges with respect to water and wastewater, which then brought up the charge then to $42,000 per home. And then in Warminster, there was a separate charge as well for water, which they would pay then in addition to the township wide, which is then $28,877. And as you can see, as the unit gets smaller, the charge goes down correspondingly. And then you have a uniform non-residential charge. Yes, Councilor. I see a hand up.
Yes, thank you. I didn't get it up quick enough before you moved on there. Bill 213, exemption for universities. Are colleges included in that or just universities?
Colleges are already exempt from DCs.
Okay.
This particular piece of legislation for 213 is development on university lands. So if a university, post-secondary institute that's receiving operating funding from upper levels of government, so it's considered an actual designated learning institution, then any developments on their lands would be exempt. So, a Walmart can come in and build on there and they don't have to pay a DC.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah. So I should like to caveat that these charges for the water and wastewater, while some of this were development charge calculated amounts, some of the charges, included in here were your historical agreements with Horseshoe Valley, and I believe with Oro-Medonte as well. So those agreements are now going to be treated as a separate item, which will be now outside of the DC realm. And I believe, through staff, they'll be dealing with these settlement areas individually. So what you'll see now in the subsequent slides are really more a township-wide urban charge for water. So notwithstanding any of the agreements that, are already in place. Now, keep in mind that development charges are not full cost recovery. Because of all the mandatory exemptions and discounts, municipalities, at the end of the day, when you get all the DC payments, you may be looking at 60 to 70% of the recovery. There's just a number of items that may be exempted, or you provide discretionary discounts and exemptions that you're not ever going to get that full 100% recovery of a capital item. We'll try to, where possible, allocate the funds, but for your overall program, it's because of these exemptions that are in place. So I won't go through all of this. I think I've mentioned it earlier, but the first few at least, I will go through. So for example, there's an upper and lower tier government exemption as well as school boards. So for example, if the county were to build a facility on township lands, they won't pay the lower tier charge, so your charge. Likewise, if you were to build something, you don't pay the county's DC, right? So there's that relationship there. School boards, if they were to build a school or some type of facility, they don't pay, any development charges because they're higher in the pecking order. They're the province, so they don't pay a municipal charge. There's also the industrial building expansion exemptions. So if you do have an industrial building that's looking to expand its current square footage, they can expand up to 50% without having to pay a DC. However, we do draw the line in the sand in that, so it doesn't get abused. So you don't want someone coming in with a 100,000 square foot facility, applying for a building permit to go to 150, not pay a DC because they're expanding by 50%, 50,000. Coming back the following year, pulling another building permit, expanding by 75,000 and not pay a DC again. So you don't want that to go in perpetuity. So we make it so that's a one-time expansion exemption. And then I believe the rest of the items here I've already talked about. Keep in mind that those are mandatory exemptions that all municipalities have to adhere to if you're undertaking a development charge bylaw. But you, as a council, you do have the ability and flexibility to enact your own discretionary exemptions and reductions as you see fit. So, you do have the ability to reduce the DCs in whole or in part, so you can reduce it by a fraction of a percent, or, you can reduce it by a service. It is up to you. The DC calculations are the maximum amount you can impose, and you can impose anywhere from 0 to 100. Typically, the most popular ones are reducing, or maybe by type or class. So some municipalities, they'll reduce it by a type, so maybe a church, place of worship, and then some may provide discounts, for certain types of developments like industrial, or maybe if it meets a certain criteria where it's an industrial development that's redeveloping a brownfield. Maybe you want to provide incentives for that. So there's different ways you can slice and dice the exemptions. You may phase in the charge over time for some municipalities if you're going from 0 to something. Maybe that's a little bit of a sticker shock. So some councils may elect to phase in the charge. Or if the charge is going, to a very large amount, maybe you want to phase it in, 50% that first year and then 100% the second year onwards. Now, keep in mind that any reductions and deductions need to be funded from other sources. So if we have a capital program that we're trying to recover for, let's say $10 million, and you decide to reduce that collections, well, the calculations were to collect for $10 million. So if you decide to reduce any amounts, then you still need to fund $10 million worth of capital, but since you've elected to collect less, you now need to fund the reserve funds with the difference that you've exempted in order for you to be able to collect for that $10 million again. So I would just like to, caveat that. And then there's also redevelopment credits. So this isn't part of the act, but it is part of case law. So if there is something where, excuse me, something's being replaced on a site, you should be able to redevelop it without having to pay a DC, at least within a point in time. So my example would be if my house burnt down, knock on wood, hope it doesn't. If I should be allowed to replace it, let's say within 5 years, without having to pay a DC, because there was already an existing structure there. Likewise, if I'm tearing it down and building, let's say, 3 townhomes, in my example, maybe perhaps that single family home has a DC of $10,000, but maybe building a townhome is $7,000. So then I would take those 3 townhomes I'm proposing to build, 7 times 3, 21,000. But knowing that I'm knocking out my existing home, that's a single detached home that would have paid $10,000. So then the difference is, 21 minus the 10. So really my payable should only be 11,000 because I already had a single family home there before. But again, this typically has a time limit to it. You don't want someone coming in from like, the 1900s, with a picture and, hey, there was a there was a house here, in 1909, but, I know it's been gone forever, but I want a DC credit. We have to be, you have to look at it from a certain time horizon. And it works both ways too, for not only res to res, but you can also go non-residential to residential, residential to non-residential. So those are the credits. And then lastly on this page, I just want to point out, these are your current discretionary exemptions. So places of worship, you don't charge them DCs, you don't charge farm buildings DCs, and you don't charge hospitals. And we'll circle back on these at the end of the presentation because these are items that council needs to consider, whether you want to keep moving forward with these exemptions, do you want to revise it? You have the opportunity to do so up until the consideration of the bylaw. Last on this piece is the affordable exemptions. So as I mentioned, the attainable piece has not yet been released. So, we'll park that for the side. But in terms of the affordable housing, you can see on the right-hand side here, these are the thresholds that the province has published that would be considered affordable housing within the municipality, so within Oro-Medonte. So I'll start off at the bottom. If a builder or developer builds a home, single or a townhome, that's less than $488,600 as the selling price, then it's considered affordable within Oro-Medonte. For apartments, that amount is $423,000. So if the purchase price is higher than this, obviously they pay a DC. And then with respect to the affordable rent, the monthly rent must meet these thresholds. So if it's a bachelor studio apartment, then it has to be less than 1,020. One bedroom, $1,284, and then you can see all the way up to a 3-bedroom plus $1,709 per month. So if they can demonstrate that these are the amounts, then it is considered affordable. Now, I would like to make a note here that the Act does require you to enter into a 25-year agreement with these properties to ensure that they remain affordable. So at any point in time, if they sell the property or it transitions to a new renter where it no longer meets the affordable criteria, you can then impose a development charge. You basically impose a development charge because they're now no longer maintaining these properties as affordable. Now, there is no template for these agreements as of now. However, there are institutions such as the Municipal Finance Officers Association, the MFOA, that is working with municipalities right now to generate an agreement template. So hopefully, once once that is made public, we can share those best practices with yourselves and others. So that way we can create these agreements and different ways of charging back should these affordable units no longer meet the criteria. Now, just to talk about the local service policy briefly, as part of our background study, we also include what's called a local service policy. It's an appendix to the back. And really, it's just meant to outline what capital items are we including within the DC versus what do you require a developer to build, on their own ticket. So this is typically meant to mirror your subdivision agreements, how you already interact with the developer or with the development community. So for example, they will build the local roads, they'll build the local water mains, maybe pumping stations if they needed, parks, parkland requirements, sidewalks, streetlights, etc. Versus, what we would include in the DC. As I said, it's more of the broader, infrastructure. And as you can see here in the schematic, your current local service policy then says within the DC will include, let's say the transmission mains or any, wells, water treatment, etc. But then for the developer's costs, they will be responsible for all underground services. That is a requirement of their particular development. They'll also be required to, build, the roads internal, and they would have to build the external ones as well if it is needed to support their development only, right? So there's certain nuances here that we draw the line in the sand. So this is what guides us as to what we can include within the DC. Now we're going to get into just your specifics and then pretty much closing. But essentially, oh yes, Councillor, do you have any questions? Or sorry, I thought I saw a hand up. Nope. Okay. So last few slides, just want to talk about the specifics of the findings of the report, or sorry, of the analysis which will lead into the report. We're looking at a draft growth forecast over a 10-year period. And this is purpose built because we are looking at your development applications that are in the pipeline, as well as looking at, the planning documents really that's coming from the township, as well as the county. So we want to make sure that we're adhering to all of the planning documents and appropriately allocating the growth. So as you can see here, within the 10-year forecast, we're typically looking at a population increase of about 4,370 people, and that translates to about 1,700 units. Now, that 1,700 units is a mix of your singles, townhomes, apartments, and additionally, we're looking at roughly 752,000 square feet of non-residential building space. And this is a mix of, commercial, industrial, and institutional. Now, we also have what's called an urban tenure. So these are units that would be essentially serviced with municipal water. So this calculation is a separate calc, and it's only applied for the water capital sheet. So this is how we're identifying the growth related to the infrastructure that we've identified through your township staff. So this is looking at, putting in maybe new transmission mains, water storage, etc. And you can see here it's about just over 2,000 people that would be in that urban serviced area. 731 residential units, and 200,000, non-residential square feet. Oops. On earth. Oops. Apologize. I don't know what happened there. Computer just glitched out. Can you see my screen again? I don't know why it just went all wonky.
Yes, yes.
Okay, I apologize about that. I wasn't clicking anything. Sorry, there we go. So in terms of the draft capital program that we're including within the development charge study, you can see, as I mentioned, everything is on a 10-year basis. The only one that has a separate calculation is the water, because that's based on that urban 10-year forecast. But you can see in total, in working with the capital program that the township provided, as well as looking at the staff reports, working with the departments, there's about $83.6 million worth of capital that have been identified to service the growth forecasts, both res and non-res. Of that amount, there's about $18 million that we're identifying as post-period. And what this means is it's growth related. However, because of the capacity that's being generated by these capital programs or these capital infrastructure, it could benefit the population beyond that 4,700 people. So it's not fair to assign the 100% of the cost just for this development. So while it is still growth related, we're parking that right now, and that's to be collected in future bylaws once we're able to update the growth forecasts to go beyond your 10-year planning horizon. Additionally, there's about $59,000 of other deductions. This is just with respect to growth studies, and this is really meant to identify the types of planning related studies that really have no bearing on the DC related services. So, you may be taking, let's say, a strategic plan or an official plan. Well, those type of studies are all encompassing, and they take a look at, not only the DC eligible services, but they may take a look at, the CAO's office, council, finance. So really those items, since they're not DCable, we've made a deduction to remove those type of costs. And then what you can see then, finally, when we get the net cost, is we then allocate that benefit to existing. Of this amount, what do we feel is a benefit to the existing community? So you can see that's another $26 million that we've removed. So there's a number of capital items that, will benefit not only the growth related population and employment, but your existing residents and businesses. So that then gives us our total DC amounts of just under $40 million, which we've then allocated between the residential and non-residential developments. Now, keep in mind that I do have the supporting background of all the capital sheets that make up these numbers in the back of the presentation. I won't be going over it this presentation, but I know that it's been circulated to members of council. So details there, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer, but they are there for your information. And keep in mind, these are draft right now. We're still working with the township staff to finalize these numbers ahead of the final report being released on the 23rd. Now, based on that program, these are now the charges that are being proposed as part of that calculation. So you can see here now that the total township charges for single family homes are now $18,759. And as you can see, as you go down the list, the smaller the type of unit, the smaller the charge, because it's based on the assumed population that would be, residing within these particular units. In terms of the water services, as you can see now, we have an urban charge. So we have a $10,495 charge per home if they are within that urban serviced area. And again, this is meant to recover for, storage towers, new water transmission mains, et cetera, really to service your community. So, when looking at this, if you're within the rural area and not, not connected to water, then you're essentially paying $18,759 as a single family home. If you're within the urban area and receiving that water service, then it's 29,254. And then you can see, as you can see, going down the list, once you get to, let's say, the bachelor and one bedroom apartments, you're really at 7,449 and 11,616 respectively. I'd like to note that we also have what's called a special care special dwelling unit charge. This charge is really just meant to mirror a residential unit that would really be more of a retirement home. So it's not in a private residence, but maybe it could be a Chartwell or something. You may not have that type of development, but if you ever did, then this is more a charge on a per bedroom basis. So then that way, we find it typically aligns with more of a residential piece than a non-residential piece, and it's actually much more cost effective to charge them as a residential rather than a non-res for that entirety of that building. And then lastly, on the non-residential charge, we got $4.82 for the township wide. And then adding another $5.90 for water, we're looking at a total of $10.72 if you're in the urban area. Okay. I don't know if there's something wrong with my mouse, but I will try this again and I will turn off all my peripherals. I apologize about that. Don't know what's happening. I'm not clicking anything. I think it just doesn't want me to show you the rate comparison for some reason. I profusely apologize. I have no idea what's happening here. I'm turning off all of my mouse and keyboard so that way it's not. Okay. So anyways, with respect to the draft charges, we do have a rate comparison here. So as you can see, based on the single family homes, your current charge right now is $16,627. This updated charge now brings you up to $18,759. So this is the, as you can see, the major drivers here are your services related to highway. So that's your roads and parks and public works. And then as well as parks and recreation. And I think a majority of that is with respect to your new recreation facility that you're undertaking. So that's really the impetus of that $7,000 charge. And then with respect to the urban areas, you can see historically we had those water charges for Horseshoe and Warminster, and then you had other service areas that didn't have that water charge. Well, now we're looking at it as a totality for the urban serviced areas within the township. So now it's going to be $10,495 across the board. So you could see that, it's really more of an averaging between all of your urban areas. In terms of a non-residential charge, you could see that, we're actually dropping the township wide from $591 to $482. However, from the adding the urban area, we're adding that $5.90. So right now, your overall charge in the urban area is now $10.72 as opposed to the $9.50 historically for Horseshoe Valley. Now that brings the close to the draft findings. Just keep in mind that one of the things that for council's consideration as we finalize this process in the coming weeks is really taking a look at the list of discretionary exemptions. Are you okay with the current ones that are in place, or are there any other items here that you'd like to revise or add? Feel free to provide your correspondence with staff, and then we can work it through the background study. Now, keep in mind that you do have the ability to make changes to your bylaw up until the bylaw passage in October. So it's not like it's whatever we publish on August 23rd is a one and done. There is an opportunity to amend the bylaw up until that October date. And then, as I said, you can also consider any other reductions and deductions. But I did mention that any changes to the above will impact your DC revenues. And then lastly, with respect to the comparators, you can see in the blue, the red here, the red arrows or orange arrows, I should say, those are your current charges right now. And the blue is your proposed calculated charge. So really, you're not moving in terms of your ranking amongst all of your peers within the area. As you can see, Bradford, West Gwillimbury is still the highest in terms of this. survey, with the lowest being in Orillia. But I would keep in mind that there are a number of these municipalities that are undertaking or will be undertaking their DC study. So they will be shifting in ranking once they undertake their background study. Oh, and I apologize. I forgot to mention that in order to read this, you could probably tell based on the above, but the dark blue at the very bottom, that's the upper tier charge. The lower tier, which would be yourselves, that's the lighter blue, and then the school boards, they have an education development charge, so that's in the green, that's above. In terms of commercial, as you can see, we're slightly just moving, above Springwater, but in looking at, let's say, the Horseshoe Valley charge, you're not moving in terms of ranking. It's just now we're moving to a total urban charge for all areas, and you're still on the, on the right-hand side of this comparator. And then lastly, with industrial, as you can see, you're still on the right-hand side, really not moving in terms of your ranking for Horseshoe. Before Wardminster, as you can see, it is just going slightly to the left. And then there are a couple of municipalities that don't impose a industrial charge, and you can see that on the right-hand side. So just to reiterate the next steps, we are looking to release the background study on August 23rd. We welcome any comments. Please feel free to funnel them through staff, and hopefully we can receive it prior to finalizing the report. The official report will be published on August 23rd, but I believe the Development Services Committee will be receiving it on your September 4th meeting date. We'll also be having the mandatory public meeting on September 11th. And then, as I said, the council consideration of the bylaw on the 23rd of October. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Byron. Appreciate the presentation. Just a quick question I have, and then I'll pass it over to the rest of the council. So, from my understanding is, so residential DC charges are going up 13%. Is that correct?
I believe that is the calculation.
And then, so non-residential is decreasing by 19%. So my question is non-residential, like, so where is the distinction versus industrial? Like, is non-residential include industrial, or is it an accessory building, or like, so how does that get deviated, or where's the lines of?
No, great question. So through your worship, in terms of your non-residential charge, that is all encompassing your industrial, commercial, and institutional. So it's all non-residential. And this applies to all buildings, that would be developed in those categories.
Okay, so I guess maybe Nellie, you can help me understand this as well, or between the two of you. So seeing that we are currently likely 95% residential tax generated, why are we, like, I know we need to attract more industry, but why would we be putting more onus on residential tax and less on non-residential tax?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this study actually looks at growth. So it looks at our current anticipated growth and in what areas that growth is associated to. So, and then it takes the costs of the capital jobs and aligns those capital jobs to that growth. So that's how those percentages are determined. It's based on actual anticipated growth that is in the pipeline right now, which is showing that there's more residential growth than industrial currently.
Okay. And just from my understanding, the reason that is because we have to get permission to have industrial and employment lands, because we can't just turn them into that ourselves, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you are correct. And also we had an entire team with Watson and Associate that looked at our growth. They not only took our current items that are currently in planning in the pipeline, but they also looked at the County of Simcoe reporting, that has been done about our growth and our future growth. So there was quite a lot of time spent on analyzing our growth.
Okay. I guess my concern looking long-term is I think the average split for sustainability within municipalities is not what we currently have, with a 5% industrial, and I'm rounding for simple numbers, 5% coming from industrial and 95% coming from residential. So I don't know how we overcome the obstacles of being deemed more industrial land to balance the scale to make our long-term sustainability more viable.
Through you, Mr. Bear, I do agree with you. This isn't something that we can work through in our DC study currently, because it is based on what is in the pipeline and what has been reported from the county. So we can only use the information that's being provided from to us to make these calculations. That would be something that politically would have to be discussed with the county of Simcoe when you're looking at what the potential planning and zoning is for our township. But for the DC study, unfortunately, we have to base it on what the current information is available to us, what's in the pipeline, and what has been the studies with the county allowing us to develop. Okay. And sorry, Byron, correct me if I'm wrong in anything I'm saying. Thanks.
No, you got that, Nellie. I was just looking at the backgrounder on the information here, and you are correct. It is based on, as you said, it's based on your growth forecast. And it is something that, our demographics team are working with your planning department to develop. And the split's actually based on the residential unit forecast relative to the non-residential pipeline is about an 85% res, 15% non-res for the purposes of the DC study. Again, if things change in the future where you have more non-residential, we're happy to update the study and reevaluate the splits. And at the same time, if we are doing that, then we now have to have a conversation as to the type of infrastructure that would be required to now service non-residential, because now that would have to be included in the DC to properly allocate the cost to them.
Okay, thank you. So I'll open the floor up to any council members if there's any other questions you have for Byron regarding the presentation. Seeing none. So Mr. Tan, thank you very much for a very detailed overview. It'll take me a while to absorb all of this and look at how we move forward. But I think your facts are all there and they're correct. But it's how we balance that out. I don't want to be. I want to be fair to everybody, but I have some concerns that our non-residential tax bases is dropping, our DC charges, but our residential stuff is going up. And is there a way it's going to be perceived maybe not in a positive light from our residents and residential growth? So I'll leave it at that rather than we'll figure it out as we move forward and get any additional comments to you before the timeline required.
Perfect.
Okay. So, Madam Clerk, is there a motion to receive?
There is indeed, Mr. Mayor. Moved by Shell, seconded by Lavoie. Be it resolved that the presentation by Byron Tan, Manager, Watson and Associate Economist Limited, redevelopment charges, council presentation be received. That staff and Watson and Associates Economist Limited proceed as outlined. As outlined.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'll call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? That is passed. Mr. Tan, thank you very much for your time, and I'm sure Nellie and we'll get back with any of the comments or feedback we have moving forward.
Perfect. Thank you, Your Worship. Have a great day, everybody.
You as well. Now, I'm going to ask, Oscar Poloni, I believe, is next to present. And is he ready now, or could we take a 5-minute break and then we will resume? So we will resume at 10 after, if we can be punctual, because we still have a lot of stuff to go through. Okay? Thank you very much. Okay, now we're on
Mr. Mayor, we're live.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We're now at item 9, identifications from public. Is there anyone that needs an agenda item moved up because they're not staying for the duration of the meeting? It's a serious question. Sorry. I see none, so therefore we'll move to item 11. Reports of, Counselor. Okay.
Counselor Young, you need to
Put your camera
activate your
on
video.
when you get a sec, please. So this brings us to item 11, reports of municipal officers for action. A presentation by Oscar Poloni from KPMG will be speaking to the report. Mr. Poloni, can you hear us okay?
I can, Your Worship.
Okay.
Thank you.
So welcome, and you can proceed whenever you're ready, please. Or Michelle, did you want to say anything first?
Yes, please, thanks. I'd like to virtually welcome Oscar from KPMG. Mr. Poloni has been here on occasions in the past, and today he's going to provide council with an overview of the Horseshoe Valley Zone 1 integration fee. The accompanying staff report also provides an overview of this work and provides recommendations for council's consideration. If council has no questions at this point, I would recommend that Oscar just proceed with his presentation.
Council members, any questions at this point? Seeing none, then please, Mr. Poloni, proceed when ready.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. Just if I may, if I could be allowed to share my screen, that would be helpful.
Sure.
Perfect.
Okay.
So, Your Worship, members of council, good afternoon. Thank you very much for allowing us the opportunity to be here today. I'm hoping you're able to see the title page of our report
Yes.
on the Horseshoe Valley Zone 1 integration fee. So the report that we've been asked to walk through council through today really stems from a request that was received from council in March of 2024 to look at the Zone 1 integration fee. Now, the Zone 1 fee, as council is aware, is intended to recover those costs associated with integrating the privately held Zone 1 Horseshoe Valley fee or system into the municipal drinking water system. And at the time, there was a calculation that was prepared by your staff. We understand that some time has passed since then. And so the request from council, based on what we've seen in our understanding, was just to make sure that the fee was appropriate, that it was appropriately recovering the costs, including any interest on the debentures. It provided for a fair allocation of the costs, and it avoided subsidization, if you will. As council's aware, your approach to determining water rates really does look at full user pay. And so because of that, you want to make sure it's consistent with what the township has typically done. So just to go through at a fairly high level detail, there's actually 4 components of costs that the township is looking to recover through the integration fee. First off, there was a construction of a new well system. So this included associated pumps and a generator, specifically to provide additional capacity to make sure that the residents of the Zone 1 system could have access to safe, potable drinking water. Second of all, there was the construction of a new water storage and a booster pumping station, specifically because of the increased number of customers on the system. And then lastly, there was a construction of a new water main that connected the privately held Zone 1 system to the township's municipal drinking water system and infrastructure as well. Now, council, I mentioned how there were 4 components of costs. These are the 3 components from a capital perspective. On top of these costs is interest that's incurred on $5 million debenture that the township has taken out specifically to fund a significant component of the of these capital costs. So, council, in the past, your staff have come forward with recommendations with respect to the Zone 1 integration fee. So there was an initial staff report that was provided to council in November of 2019 that calculated the fee at just over $9,300. Now, what staff have recommended was that this be recovered over a 25-year period through a fixed quarterly charge of about $93 every quarter, or $372 per year. Since that time, there has been a revision in March of 2020 where there was consideration given for reserve contributions that the Zone 1 customers would pay because all customers of the township's water system make reserve contributions in addition to funding operating costs. And so that has resulted in a revised calculation of just under $7,400 over the 24-year period, or a fee of about $293 a year, or $73 a quarter. This, council, is currently what's sitting inside your fees and charges bylaw. A couple of things important to recognize. One is, not only does it cover the cost of the Zone 1 integration capital, but it also covers the installation of water meters, because there is a charge that the municipality levies when people are looking to get onto the system for the water meter installation. The second point, once again, this is recovered over a 25-year period. The amount remains the same in year 1 and in year 24. So with respect to our report, it really is a couple of different layers of analysis. And the first one was to say, how much have you actually spent with respect to the Zone 1 integration? So the initial cost estimates that were considered in the determination of this $9,800 amounted to $8,510,000. Now, council, that was a projection at the time based on the estimate. What we now know is that the total amount that has been spent on the capital, as well as the interest costs that are anticipated to be spent on the $5 million debenture, are $8,349,000. Now, this is the total amount. Council, it is a little lower than what was initially considered in the projection, but once again, those were projections, these are actual. And with respect to this, council, these are known costs. So with respect to the capital costs have already been incurred. And I know when council requested the update, part of the concern was, well, with inflation, are these costs going to escalate? That's not the case because the costs are spent. The second question, council, was with respect to the recent increases in interest rates, and will that result in an increased cost of borrowing for the municipality? And it won't, council, because the interest on the $5 million debenture is locked in for 25 years. So the payment amount is the payment amount. So these are the costs that you basically need to recover of $8,349,000. So then, council, it comes down to a question of who do you recover this from? And technically, council, and practically, council, there's 3 types of customers that will benefit from this investment. There are those customers of the privately held Zone 1 system that now have access to the municipal system, the elevated storage, the new well, and a connecting pipeline to basically connect the 2 systems in place. In addition, there are a benefit to existing municipal water system customers in what's known as Zone 2 of Horseshoe, because they now get access to increased storage and elevated storage tank. And council, I'm not the engineer or the expert, but my understanding is typically when you have elevated storage, it's intended to provide what's known as peak instantaneous flows. You need that to fight a fire. And so by having an elevated storage tank, not only do the residents of the Zone 1 system benefit, but also the existing customers of the Zone 2 system as well. And then the third category, council, are future customers. And so you just had the presentation from Watson with respect to development charges. The reality is by investing in this infrastructure, it's not just the existing Zone 1 private customers and the Zone 2 municipal customers that will benefit. It's additional households that are coming into play. So one of the things that we recognized in the analysis is different customers benefit from different aspects of this investment. So all customers, current private, current future, and current private, current municipal, and future customers benefit from the storage. The creation of the new well, the pump, and the generator benefits the Zone 1 existing customers, plus any future development. And then the linkage for the new water main between the existing Zone 1 system and the municipal water system benefits the Zone 1 customers as well. So what we've done is we've actually taken those costs and we've allocated it out based on the infrastructure and who benefits. So what we then do, council, is this is the capital cost. We now have to allocate the interest. And so when we look to allocate the interest, what we recognize is that of that $5 million debenture, 2.1 million is the interest cost that's going to be incurred. Now, you've spent 6.26 million in capital for the integration. You funded 5 million through the debenture. The difference of 1.2, 1.3 million came from your reserves. And those reserve, council, were paid for by municipal water customers. And so because of that, when we look at the allocation to Zone 2, which are the existing municipal customers, we've allocated 1.6 million, which is basically their share of the cost, but we've reduced that allocation for the interest calculation by about $1.267 million. That's the reserve contribution that they've kicked in. So when you do that, we've allocated the $5 million across the three customer groups. And then what we've basically said is we've said, here's the percentage of your debenture, here's the interest, here's your percentage of the interest cost. So once again, it's an allocation that's intended to reflect benefit to the customers to avoid that concept of subsidization. What we then do, council, is we add everything up and we divide it by the number of customers. So what you'll find is the Zone 1 customers that are subject to the integration fee have a total cost recovery requirement of $2.9 million. $2.1 million of capital, which we've talked about, and $867,000 for their share of the interest cost. Now, there are 420 customers associated with the Zone 1 system. And so when you do the math, it works out to be $7,022 per customer. The Zone 2 system customers are existing municipal customers. Their share is about $2,300 per customer. It's lower because they don't benefit from all of the infrastructure, but it's also lower because they get the benefit of the reserve contributions that have been made. This amount gets paid for through the quarterly infrastructure charge that they're already paying as part of their water rates. And then lastly, council, you have your future customers, the 759 projected growth. Their share is about $4,700 per customer. This gets picked up in development charges. And so as part of this analysis, council, we actually had a conversation with Watson and your staff to make sure that there was consistency between the two of it. So these are the cost allocations. Once again, the costs are spent. so there's no risk from an inflation perspective. The interest rate is fixed, so there's no risk from an interest rate perspective. So the numbers are fairly solid. Now, Council, I mentioned that the municipality also includes the water meter installation fee in the cost of it. So not only do you have to recover the $7,022 from here, but you need to pick up the water meter cost. That water meter cost has changed. So the original calculation considered a water meter charge of $485, which is what it was in 2020 when you set the rate. Because of inflation and because of the implementation of smart meters, that fee is now $752. So when you add that to it, you have a total cost to be recovered over 25 years of $7,774, which works out to be $310 per year or $77.74 per quarter. What you'll notice, Council, is on an annual basis, this is about $17 higher than what you currently have inside your rate bylaw. So from a cost perspective, the original cost estimate actually holds fairly tight. There's a minor adjustment if you wanted to true up the numbers. Now, Council, there was the question about the fairness of charging over a 25-year period without charging interest on that. We don't necessarily suggest you need to change that approach because the interest cost is already buried up here. So they're already paying interest. You've just spread it out evenly over the period. We haven't taken a reduction for reserve contributions, Council, because as private customers and not municipal customers, they really haven't contributed towards this project. And so that infrastructure gets funded through them as new customers to the system. Any future infrastructure requirements that they have, they become treated very much like the rest of the municipal water system, where you look at your capital requirements as a whole, you look at your capital financing as a whole. All municipal customers contribute towards the reserves through the quarterly reserve contribution, and then they get the benefit of that shared approach. There is a calculation with respect to, should they choose to pay it upfront all at once? What's the number? So we've done a net present value calculation. And so the comment is, we are suggesting it's $7,774 paid over 25 years. If you want to pay it today, it's $5,574. And then the last point that we would suggest, Council, is because the water meter installation cost has changed, you just need to be cognizant of the fact that while these components of the costs are already spent and are locked in, this component is subject to change. So as you update your water meter costs, you need to update your integration fee associated with it as well. So a bit of an overview, Council, of the approach. Once again, from a variability perspective, the fact that everything is locked in says that these numbers aren't subject to change. We would suggest, once again, there is a minor difference between what you're charging now versus what your analysis from KPMG suggests. I will also remind Council, nobody has paid this yet. So there hasn't been a hookup. So there is no requirement for you to go retroactively and reconsider it because the municipality specifically hasn't charged any of these funds yet. The money's been incurred. You just haven't undergone the integration to recover it through the integration fee. So, Your Worship, members of Council, an overview of our analysis and our report. If there are any questions, more than happy to answer them at this time.
Thank you very much, Oscar. It's a great report and very concise and easy to understand. I appreciate that. Councillor Shell, you had a question?
Yes. Excuse me. Yes, Mr. Mayor. Through you to, it may be a question for Michelle. Has there been a cost of the upgrading of the existing water piping in Zone 1? I know the water main connection between the two is in this report, but do we know what it's going to cost to upgrade the piping that's in there now? I'm sure some of it's really old and undersized.
Once Zone 1 customers would become municipal customers, they would pay into the reserve contribution and the regular operating costs, and they would essentially be combined with all other drinking water systems. And then we would prioritize any necessary works in that area, considering all the other required works in all of our other municipal drinking water systems.
Thank you. And supplemental, this whole report is on recovering our costs. What about user fee? Like, has that been calculated into this report at all, or no?
So this is the integration fee, and it would be a specific line item in a Zone 1 customer's utility bill. Okay. They would also be subject to the regular drinking water fees that are all other municipal drinking water system users pay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jacoby. Any other questions from members of council? No, I think this is a very positive report, and I would appreciate the cost analysis being initiated by you, Michelle, to make sure that we are clear exactly what the charges are moving forward. I think that's a great way of being transparent and communicating with the public. So, Madam Clerk, could I have a motion on this matter then? And Oscar, sorry, I want to thank you for the presentation. Before I don't want to leave you hanging, but thank you very much for the presentation and taking time to present this to council today.
You're more than welcome. Have a good afternoon, everybody.
Okay, sorry. Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Through you, can I just speak as the ward councillor for this particular item?
Yes, please.
Which has been ongoing for decades, I believe, Michelle? Yeah. I just wanted to say a few words because this has been a very significant item in Ward 1. And I'm very cognizant of the amount of opinion and work that's been done by community members with regard to their opposition to this integration and the extensive work that they had done that ultimately led us to court. And at the end of the day, the court did not rule in their favor. You know, I do appreciate the fact that this group has taken it upon themselves to question the history here, but at the end of the day, we're at a situation I feel we need to move forward with this very important integration. I've sat down and had conversations with this group. And unfortunately, I had really hoped that we could come to some sort of resolution for the group and their concerns, but that wasn't possible. And I will say that I haven't received one phone call from a resident in Zone 1 with regard to the integration. I've received emails from this particular group, but I will say I receive a lot of phone calls when it comes to water not being available or a boil water advisory in the community that we're talking about, and that's of concern to me. I think moving forward with this is very important for our community. They deserve to have a reliable system that they can feel comfortable with, and that they can make a phone call and get a response quickly if there is an issue with the water system. And I just wanted to say, you know, I appreciate the concern from certain members of the community, but there are many members in the community who are very much looking forward to this moving ahead. And I want to thank staff for all of the hard work that they've put into making this happen. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, Councillor Hutchison. I concur, and I appreciate you putting yourself out there and working with the community members as your predecessor did. And you know, we have to move forward, and it's taken us a while to get here, but I'm very happy to say that we are moving forward, I believe. So Madam Clerk, is there any other comment from members of council? If not, then I'll ask for the motion, please.
Moved by Clark, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved that ES 2024-014, Michelle Jacoby, Director Environmental Services, Horseshoe Valley Zone 1 Drinking Water Integration Fee Review be received and adopted. That Schedule J of the Township's Fees and Charges Bylaw 2021-130 remain unchanged as related to the Horseshoe Zone 1 Drinking Water Integration Fee. That staff resume the Horseshoe Zone 1 Integration Project.
Okay, so I'll call the vote. All in favor? Oh, sorry, my apologies. Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Yeah, just a question on the motion. Does the current bylaw read a difference in the one-time payment?
Michelle?
I believe the current bylaw has the original one-time payment in it.
Thank you very much. A supplemental, is that
Yes,
also similar to this one-time payment? Is there a difference?
There is a difference. Oscar, can you remind me in your presentation on that one particular slide? I believe it was
$5,577, and I believe is the one-time payment in the new.
in the new recommended.
Yes,
In the original?
I believe it was 7,000.
7,107.
Yeah. Please continue.
Yes, thank you. Should we change the one-time payment to reflect this report coming out?
Sorry, please go ahead, Nellie.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to reiterate that in the presentation, it was highlighted that there currently the bylaw, the difference between the current bylaw and the calculations that KPMG have done is, I believe, $17. So basically what we're recommending, staff is recommending that we just keep the bylaw as is. On a totality, it would only be a $17 variance if we were to amend the bylaw as it stands. So staff is recommending we just keep the bylaw as it is right now.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Nelly, just for some additional clarity, that's if the customer pays over the 25-year period versus a one-time, I'm going to pay the whole bill up front so I don't have to pay it, whereas the current bylaw is 7107 and the new recommended amount is 5,500. So there would be a substantial savings to an individual if they wanted to choose that one-time payment option. Is my understanding correct?
CIO.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Councillor Clark, you are correct. We would need to accurately reflect the line items to provide that aggregated fee. So with council's direction, we can make that amendment to ensure that the bylaw is adjusted to reflect the difference in the cost in the one-time fee, so that the net difference is what would remain the same, but the individual components would reflect the cost presented to you today.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions on this matter? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that is passed.
Mr. Mayor, for clarity, is that council's direction to make that amendment?
Do you need a mover for a friendly amendment?
Friendly
No,
amendment?
not for friendly.
Okay.
No.
So CAO.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. We could maybe take a 2-minute break.
Yeah.
We just want to have a look at the resolution because the motion does speak to the bylaw remaining unchanged. So we'll need to adjust the wording to reflect the changes that need to happen.
Okay.
The one back to you.
Okay. Oh, perfect. So we'll just turn our cameras off until we come up with an amendment to the motion. Yep, go ahead.
My apologies, Mr. Mayor. We're just waiting on some
Okay.
confirmation.
No, that's
Thank
fine.
you.
Got the air conditioning? Do you want me to turn it up? Do you want me to turn it up or higher? The fan?
Okay, Mr. Mayor, so moved by Clark.
Okay.
Seconded by Shell. Be it resolved that the report number ES 2024-14, Horseshoe Valley Zone 1 Drinking Water Integration Fee dated August 1st, 2024, prepared by KPMG LLP be received. That Schedule J of the Township's Fees and Charges Bylaw 2001-130 be amended to reflect an amendment to the one-time fee of $5,577.24 for those who elect to pay the full fee at the time that their homes are connected to the integrated drinking water system. That staff resume the Horseshoe Zone 1 integration project.
Thank you. Council, you've heard the motion. I'll call the vote. All in favor? Madam Clerk, that is carried. Now we'll move on to item 11B. May we have a motion for 11B, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that ES 2024-015, Michelle Jacoby, Director, Environmental Services, Partners for Climate Protection Program, Milestones 1 and 2 be received and endorsed. That Council agrees in principle to set a short-term corporate target of a 10% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. That Council agrees in principle to set a short-term community target of a 5% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. That staff report back to Council in fall of 2024 with a climate action plan and implementation milestones 3 and 4, which incorporates staff and community input as outlined in ES 2024-15.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Mr. Jacoby, would you like to speak to this, please?
Thank you. For the past several months, township staff have been working towards better understanding our corporate and community greenhouse gas emissions. We're proud to announce today that we have reached milestone 1 of the Partners for Climate Protection Program. Today, Emily Houghton will walk you through a high-level overview of our findings to date. And if council has no questions at this time, I'd ask that Emily just jump into her presentation. Just give me a couple seconds to set up the presentation for her.
Yes, please. Thank you very much. Okay, Emily, whenever you're ready, please proceed. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Greenlaw, councillors, staff, and public. My name is Emily Houghton, and I am the Environmental Services student this summer with the Township of Oro-Medonte. And I was tasked with creating a climate change action plan for the municipality. A little bit about me is that I'm going into my last year at Lakehead University studying environmental sustainability. I also grew up in Oro-Medonte, so taking on this project means a lot to me, knowing that it'll have effect on my family, friends, and neighbors. This is my outline for today, where I will be going over an intro, methodology, our baseline results, challenges, and the next steps in creating a climate change action plan.
Could be.
Let's try it a different way.
Tam, Brian. Excuse me.
Michelle Donna is sharing.
Okay, thanks, Donna. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Next slide. Okay, so the Township of Oro-Medonte joined the Partners for Climate Protection program in June 2024, where our Director of Environmental Services, Michelle Jacoby, and Councillor Hutchison and Councillor Bard signed and endorsed the municipality joining. The municipality was excited to join the PCP program, where we looked forward to working with Severn Sound Environmental Association, Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and the International Council for Local Environmental Initiatives on the development of our local climate change action plan and reducing our environmental footprint. I am happy to announce today that we have completed milestone 1, where we created a greenhouse gas inventory and baseline, which I will be presenting to you today. We have also made a landing page on our website, and if you would like to see it, you can access it through the Oro-Medonte website or the Severn Sound Sustainability website under the Climate Change Action Plan. Let's jump into our methodology. Next slide, please. So to assess corporate greenhouse gas emissions, we conducted an internal audit of utility bills for years 2022 and 2023. When finalizing our baseline, we did decide to just use the 2023 data for our greenhouse gas inventory, as it was the most accurate representation of how we operate annually, and we had the most confidence in this year's data. Utilities included purchased electricity from Hydro One, stationary fuel consumption from Enbridge, Sargent, and Budget Propane, and fuel for fleet came from Esso, Petro-Canada, Maze Martin, UPI, and Sargent. Oro-Medonte has around 60 facilities, including our community arena, our office buildings, workyards, fire halls, parks, water facilities, and community halls that we had to report for. Community emissions, we collaborated with Severn Sound Environmental Association to source the energy and natural gas data from Hydro One and Enbridge through municipal postal codes. Waste per capita was sourced from the County of Simcoe Waste Management, and community transportation was sourced from Google Environmental Insight Explorer. We then summarized all the raw data and uploaded it to the PCP Milestone Tool website, where the tool converted our data to a metric ton CO2 equivalents. Next slide, please. So this brings us to our results, where Oro-Medonte's total community greenhouse gas emissions was approximately 130,000 tons of CO2 equivalents. Breaking this down, 129,000 tons of CO2 equivalents came from the community, and 1,700 tons of CO2 equivalents came from the corporation. Next slide, please. Looking at the community data, the largest sector producing greenhouse gas emissions was on-road transportation, with residential coming in second, then solid waste, and commercial and industrial being the smallest. The pie graph represents the percentage of where our community emissions come from, and the bar graph illustrates the actual total amount of emissions the community produced in 2023. On a per capita basis, the Township of Oro-Medonte is producing 5.43 tons of CO2 equivalents per person. This was calculated by taking the community greenhouse gas total and dividing it by the estimated 2023 population that was based on the 2021 Canadian census. Next slide, please. Now on to our corporation's emissions. Our largest emissions came from our fleet, then waste, then buildings, then water facilities, and then the smallest was streetlights. The top pie graph represents the percentage of where our corporate emissions come from. The bottom pie graph represents our energy use in a percentage, and the bar graph illustrates the total amount of emissions the corporation produced in 2023. Next slide, please. Our top 6 greenhouse gas emitting facilities include 2 of our fire halls, 2 of our workyards, our administration office, and coming in first is our community arena at 100 metric tons of CO2 equivalents. So I know personally that visualizing 100 metric tons can be difficult. So to illustrate what 100 metric tons looks like, next slide, please. An Asian elephant weighs approximately 5 tons. So you could say that the community arena is producing close to 20 elephants worth of CO2 equivalents. And if imagining that many elephants is hard for you, a blue whale can weigh about around 100 metric tons. So you could also say our community arena is emitting close to a whale's worth of CO2 in 2023. Next slide, please. So in addition to our baseline, to accomplish milestone 1, we were required to submit a 10-year business as usual forecast for both community and corporate emissions. BAU forecasts are estimates based on an annual population increase. So we sourced our annual population increase from the County of Simcoe, which estimates a 0.5% population increase every year. If we continue to operate business as usual, by 2033, the Oro-Medonte communities would be emitting close to 135,000 tons of CO2 equivalents, which is an increase in community greenhouse gas emissions of approximately 5,000 tons of CO2 equivalents compared to our 2023 baseline. So in milestone 2, we are required to set a community and corporate reduction target. And so today we are proposing a 5% community reduction target, which would bring the community total to 122,000 tons of CO2 equivalents by 2033, which compared to our 2023 baseline is a decrease of approximately 6,500 tons of CO2 equivalents. So because the municipality does not have control over the community emissions, ideally emissions would not increase above our 2023 baseline. And when taking into consideration our population increase over the next 10 years, community emissions per capita would also not increase from our 2023 baseline. Next slide, please. So moving on to our corporate business as usual forecast, if we continue to operate business as usual, corporately, we would be emitting approximately 1,800 tons of CO2 equivalents by 2033. That is an increase of 80 tons of CO2 equivalents per year compared to our 2023 greenhouse gas baseline. And so today we are proposing a corporate 10% target reduction by 2033, which would bring us to approximately 1,560 tons of CO2 equivalents. And so when compared to our 2023 baseline is a decrease of emissions by 173 tons of CO2 equivalents. So if you have any questions about our business as usual forecast and our proposed reduction targets, I'd be happy to answer them at the end. Next question, slide please. So we did come across some challenges with both corporate and community baseline data. The biggest challenges we found were data reliability and quality. However, to improve our confidence in the data, we went to extensive lengths to validate it. We continuously looked for trends and patterns and asked ourselves and our colleagues, does this make sense? We also took the opportunity to internally audit our processing systems from receipt of a utility bill to how or if staff tracked usage to whether the information on the bill was correct. Things like meter numbers, addresses, and descriptions. We also field validated all location against node bills, and we ensured that the data review was completed with input from the township staff. Again, asking ourselves, does this data make sense? Our goal from the start was accurate data, and where possible, to reduce the opportunities for estimating. We wanted to be confident in our data, so we had a strong baseline. Generally, our goal was achieved, and we were also able to take the opportunity to improve our internal methods. However, there remain areas where data confidence is lower than we would like, and so we have estimated using standard mathematical methods. In these instances, our data and ultimate report will include footnotes. As you can imagine, estimation creates a margin of error. Perhaps the largest sector of estimation included solid waste, which we worked diligently to refine. Another area of concern was community data, which we could not validate in the absence of individual detailed billing, and was further complicated by the fact that community report data was driven by postal codes and that crossed geographical boundaries. Although data challenges were present and expected, we believe that the internal auditing process and collaboration with our Oro-Medonte colleagues and with Severn Sound Environmental Association, we are successful in improving our confidence in corporate data, and that any areas of estimates will be reported with clarity to the public. Next slide, please. So our next steps with Oro-Medonte's Climate Change Action Plan are to initiate our engagement plan with the community and staff. By doing this, we are hoping that the communities in Oro-Medonte will help contribute to what a community and corporate climate change action plan could look like. With community and staff's input, we hope to return to the council in the fall with updates on milestone 2, 3, and 4. Thank you for listening to this presentation, and I would be more than happy to answer any questions at this time now.
Okay. Thank you very much, Emily. That was an amazing report. Really appreciate it. Really thorough and a lot of work put into it. Thank you very much. So, just a question. When they've identified the different fire halls and stuff, Warminster's not on. Was it just not trackable, or because there's a fire hall number 3 at the headquarters, Shanty Bay. Is Warminster, Moonstone, would they be a component of that? Or
We could find that out for you. We'd have to go back to the raw data. Considering we looked at 2022, it would be dependent if it was in service or not at the time. So we looked at facilities, not necessarily Shanty Bay as an example of whether it fell into parks or facilities, or if it fell into the fire. But we would have looked at the facility if there was a utility bill associated with it.
So I guess the major point that we can focus on is really the corporate, like the community is harder for us to impact or influence, correct?
Correct.
So would the next step be to strategically lay out where the plan is and how we're going to facilitate that reduction?
So our next steps, in consultation with Councillors Bard and Hutchinson, as they're committed to the project with us, is community engagement. And at this stage, we're suggesting surveys. Emily and I will be going out to the public, possibly the Oro Fair, Moonstone Cornrows, and getting us out there to the public and having a formal open house here at the Administration Centre. And pending Council's decision today, I would think by this afternoon or tomorrow morning, you'll start to see those populate on social media and a sharing of our information. Again, pending your decision today.
Council members, David Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Emily, thank you so much for this. And I just wanted to make a comment that I think this will be really important in us as a council, but future councils in making decisions. Because I think back to, yes, our Oro Arena is our biggest emitter, but I think it was 5-10 years ago we changed infrastructure to change how we light the building. So I can imagine 10 years ago, it was actually more than a blue whale worth of carbon equivalents. So it's being able to understand the decisions that we're making are going to have environmental impacts as well, and having the data and the baseline is a great place to start to be able to move forward. So thank you so much.
Councillor Hutchison.
Yeah, thank you, Emily. Great presentation, and it's been fun working with you so far. And I wanted to just, we joined this in this year, 2024, but perhaps yourself or Ms. Jacoby could explain which neighboring townships are also taking part in these programs, because this isn't just a standalone for Oro-Medonte, this is a bigger thing. And I think for the public to get a sort of a grip on how different communities are coming together on this.
Thank you, Councillor Hutchison. Yes, so the Partners for Climate Protection program includes over, I believe, 400 municipalities. We have been working closely with Severn Sound Environmental Association, who works with 8 municipalities, including Springwater, Tay, Midland, Georgian Bay, I forget some of the others, and they have a climate change committee that we have been going to and talking about climate change initiatives and how us as small municipalities can make a difference, even though we might not have resources and funding like bigger cities like the city of Barrie and Aurelia.
I would also like to add that we've reached this milestone since June with the work that Emily's been doing. Some of our partner municipalities have taken 12 to 18 months to get to the stage where we're at. So we've had dedicated focus on it and commitment to it. And I think that speaks a lot to the volumes of the work that Emily's been doing since she came on board with us in May.
Any other questions from members? Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank everybody for their work on this project. I think it's extremely important and very forward-looking. It'll undoubtedly evolve and mature as the years and decades proceed. And certainly, Emily, thank you. And it's going to be your township to inherit. And I'd like to thank everybody here for getting such an expedient result. I agree. These climate change issues are not often taken seriously, and they're not often handled with any sense of urgency. So thank you again.
No, thank you, Deputy Mayor. So any other questions? I think just to reinforce what the deputy and other councillors have said, it's been a team effort. Emily, you've taken the lead of the township and helped us facilitate or shepherd this along quickly. It's nice to see that this township's actually stepping to the plate and walking their talk, not just saying they're going to be climate conscious, which is important, and it's the actions that you take that will help us get to where we need to be. So, Madam Clerk, you've read the motion. I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that is carried. And thank you once again, Emily. And good luck. You got one more year of school? Yeah. Then you're coming back here. Good. We'll try and hold things steady until you return. Okay? Okay, so that brings us now to item 11C. Madam Clerk, may we have a motion?
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that FES 2024-04, Ralph Dominelli, Executive Staff Officer, Fire Chief, re-award for FES RFQ 24019 for the supply and delivery of one 2024 Ford Police Interceptor hybrid SUV be received and adopted. That FES RFQ 24019 supply and delivery of one 2024 Ford Police Interceptor hybrid SUV be awarded to Burgeon Motors Limited in the amount of $61,956 plus HST, and that the Executive Staff Officer, Fire Chief, be authorized to execute the appropriate agreement on behalf of the township, that the bidders be thanked and notified under the Executive Staff Officer, Fire Chief's signature.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. very straightforward. Was there anything you wanted to add at this time, Chief Dominelli, or you're just wanting us to vote? Okay. Okay, so I'll call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried, Madam Clerk. May we have a motion for item 11D, please?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Young. Be it resolved that DS 2024-102, Curtis Shelswell, Manager, Municipal Law Enforcement, Chief Municipal Law Enforcement Officer, and Evan Rowland, Supervisor, Municipal Law Enforcement Officer, site alteration request 776 Line 2 South be received and adopted. The Council approved the site alteration application that proposes an import approximately 8,160 cubic meters of fill to 776 Line 2 South as outlined within Report DS 2024-102 and authorized the Director of Development Services to issue and administer the permit. That prior to the commencement of site alteration works at 776 Line 2 South, provide the Township with the required refundable securities of $4,080. That's 776 Line 2 South agree to compensate the Township the required 0.50 per cubic meter, and that prior to the commencement have an agreement in place for such. That if at any time during the project 776 Line 2 South is found to have breached or contravened the bylaw, such permit will be revoked immediately, effective immediately, and that the owner be advised of Council's decision under the Director of Development Services signature.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I'll open the floor for discussions or comments regarding this matter. Seeing none, then I'll call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried, Madam Clerk. And may we have a motion for item 11E, please?
Moved by Young, seconded by Lavoie, be it resolved that OCS 2024-027 Carla Musso Garcia, Manager of Operations, award of tender OCS 2019-015, 1-year extension of 2024-2025 roadway winter cleaning, be received and adopted. That tender contract OCS 2019-015 roadway winter cleaning services awarded the Dufferin Construction Company be extended for the 2024-2025 winter season commencing November 1st, 2024 for a unit price of $155.02 per hour per unit with the standby rate of $406.59 per day for an estimated extension value of $258,190.70 plus HST, that the Manager of Operations be authorized to execute the appropriate agreements on behalf of the Township.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I'll open the floor for discussions or comments or questions. Are there any? Seeing none, then I'll call the vote. All in favor?
Mr. Mayor, just a moment. I may have to get a new mover because Councillor Young
Oh, my apologies. Yes,
is not here. I will say Councillor Hutchison. So that's a move by Councillor Hutchison, second by Lavoie.
Okay. Thank you very much for catching that. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Now may we have a motion for item 11F, please?
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved that OCS 2024-028 Carla Musso Garcia, Manager of Operations, Community Safety Zone Bylaw and implementation be received and adopted. That Bylaw 2024-081, a bylaw to designate community safety zones, be brought forward for Council's consideration. That Bylaw 2004-071, a bylaw to designate community safety zones, and amending Bylaw 2005-077, being a bylaw to amend Bylaw 2004-71, be repealed. That OCS RFQ 24-022, community safety zone signs and hardware quotation be awarded to Stinson Ramden for $16,386.16 plus HST.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I'd like to open the floor for comments or questions. Councillor Clark.
Doesn't say it was good.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Ms. Musso Garcia. Apologies. And this is partially piggybacking off of the questions that were asked in open forum. So if you could provide some clarity on whether or not there would be any sort of changes to the speed limit or proposed changes to the speed limit in a community safety zone. Is there any, how the signage is going to potentially impact enforcement, and are automated speed enforcement going to be used, or is there a difference between where they can be used relative to the community safety zone?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Clark. The community safety zones are set up in a way that they're able to be set up on township-owned roads. So where we have county roads or MTO roads, those are outside of our jurisdiction, so they won't be able to be enforced through this bylaw. They have their own criteria that are set up. Our bylaw for the community safety zones, it's a different setup in the Highway Traffic Act than a school zone. So they are able to have speed limits up to 80 kilometers per hour, but it changes the enforcement component, not just for speeding, but for any other traffic violations that happen through that area. That would double the fines and the demerit points associated to it. The community safety zones have been outlined so that automated speed enforcement under the new regs that came out under the Highway Traffic Act for safe zones, we would be able to utilize automated speed enforcements within community safety zones, but that would have a separate criteria that would be required to ensure that they are able to meet those requirements as well.
Supplemental?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks. Thank you so much for that answer. I think that provides a lot of clarity to the specific question related to Shaney Bay and the Village Green Park there. I think I can answer that myself. It's not public property. The only way to access to it through the second entrance you'd have to drive through the community safety zone that's being established by this bylaw in order to get to the other entrance. So the individuals would have to pass through a community safety zone to get to the other entrance anyways. So I think for the most part they would be hopefully driving appropriately as they've just traveled through a community safety zone themselves.
I can.
And if you want to add additional comment, that would be great.
Mayor, through you to Councillor Clark. Yeah, the policy that was set out in the June meeting does specify the criteria that would be used for the parkland. Aside from it being private property, the parkland that is identified in the community safety zones is specific to the regional and community parks that were under the master parks plan, so that would not meet the criteria for that section of Bay Street.
Supplemental?
So that would be why, for example, the Shaney Bay Ball Diamond is identified on the abutting road versus the Village Green, because we're telling people, hey, there's the Shaney Bay Ball Diamond. Here's a park that's identified in the master parks plan.
Correct. And the intent with the identifying the regional parks is that those are areas that we are having people who are outside from the immediate adjacent community are driving to those locations. So we're having the numbers that would be exceeding what the normal people living in that area would be.
Thank you very much, Carla. Councillor Schell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw, through you to Carla. I appreciate seeing this. It's really great. And is this only regarding speed, or is it regarding parking and stopping?
The Mayor, through you to Councillor Schell, the violations include for any of the speeding violations, traffic violations that are issued by the OPP. So it doubles the fines on those. So careless driving, DUIs, any of those components would be doubled. I don't believe it affects the parking restriction.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Carla, could you just, I know everyone thinks the golden egg is speed cameras. Could you give us some sort of timeline, or if that, like, are we looking at 2025 before such a thing would be implemented, if not longer. I just want, so the public can have a realistic understanding of the complexity and the time it'll take before something like that is implemented in our safety zones.
Mayor Greenlaw, the automated speed enforcement requirement this is the foundational part. So we established the policy, we've established the community safety zone bylaw. Part of it, it comes into effect once the signs are installed and it is publicly advertised for each of the locations. That's why they have been identified in an individual basis. We're looking at an implementation of just signage for community safety zones at around 230 signs that need to be installed. That's on top of posts that need to be put in place in all of the advertising. The automated speed enforcement is supplementary to that, and it would be another bylaw that would need to be implemented. And it also comes with the administrative component of all the billing and ticketing and the processing of that. So that would require another review. So that would be something that can only be established once this is in place, fully enacted, that then we can look at the criteria specifically for that. There are companies and other municipalities that are partnering with third-party companies to implement automated speed enforcement, but they aren't able to implement anything until this is fully in place.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that clarity. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Mayor. Kurt, is the plan to place the cameras in every community safety zone? Is that the plan? Do you phase them all in?
Mayor, through you to Councillor Young, currently the implementation is to get the community safety zones in place. We will be partnering that with the Slow Down For Us social media campaign and having that posted. The automated speed enforcement scope has not been laid out until this is fully in place. So the locations isn't necessarily all of the areas identified.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Are there any community safety zones within these areas that have been established by the county?
Mayor, through you to Deputy Mayor, the community safety zone criteria under the County of Simcoe is very specific on, it mirrors our justification too in our policy, and that is identified in sections like in Shaney Bay for Ridge Road. And we are petitioning as well with the MTO for the Highway 12 section that goes through Warminster. That is part of the establishing of the policy and establishing of the bylaw, is that we will use that to coordinate with them to see if they're willing to expand. We have coordinated with City of Aurelia to have discussions on the section for Atlantis Drive as well, and they're hoping to review and bring something back to their council in short order as well.
Thank you. Councillor Young.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Carly, you can confirm this, but up in Moonstone area, the Moonstone Road itself, I understand, is a county road, and it's actually, it is a community safety zone as well, right in front of the school, that area, or leading into the school and past the school.
That's correct.
Yep, so you're correct. But go ahead, Carl.
Yes, sorry, that is a section that I failed to mention, but it is in Moonstone as well.
Okay. Any other further comments or questions? Seeing none, then I'll call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that's passed. May we have a motion for item 11G, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, if I can just have staff's or council's indulgence to bring you back to item 11D. Councillor Young was also out of the room for that.
Yes.
And he was a seconder on that motion. So if I could please substitute him with Councillor Clark. Thank you so much.
Okay. So now once that's complete, do we need a revote on that? Or you don't have to call that vote again, you just want it to?
No.
Okay, perfect. So then may I have draft motion for 11G, please?
Moved by Shell, seconded by Hutchison. Be it resolved that the 2024-2027 strategic plan and corporate reporting update presented by Donna Hewitt, Director of Corporate Services, be received and adopted. That Council supports the proposed modifications to the strategic objectives as presented. That Council supports the strategic actions outlined in the presentation, and that staff proceed with the proposed documentation and reporting as outlined.
For the motion, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, then that is carried. Now we're on to 12. We have one report for information. Members, there's only one report to be received. Madam Clerk, we have the motion, and then we'll see if there's any questions.
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that the report as listed under item 12, reports of municipal officers for information only, be received. OCS 2024-026, Justa Matris, Manager, Infrastructure and Capital Projects, Shoreline Drive Outlet 4 Drainage Improvements, Municipal Class Environmental Assessment, Schedule B.
Okay. CAO Binns. There was no need for, Justin had nothing else to add to that report other than what was in the report, correct?
No, it's for information. It's a standard process. Council's seen these reports before.
Okay, perfect. I'll call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried, Madam Clerk. We're now to reports of members of council. Any representatives have an update, or county councils or anything to report that you... County Council this week was virtual, and me and the deputy attended it. There's nothing really significantly pertaining to the township or of significant matters this week to report. Announcements, are there any announcements from members of council that they'd like to make at this time? Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Through you, this evening at Sweetwater Park from 6 to 8 o'clock, the Friends of Sugarbush have partnered with our fire department. I'm sorry, Chief Dominelli's not here, but the theme is fun with our firefighters. Bathing suits suggested. So I don't really know what's going on, but people are encouraged to wear their bathing suits and hang out with the firefighters. And bring children too.
I was gonna say, but anyways, thank you. Are there any other, and I guess at this time as well, is there any updates from any of the of the partners or agencies that council is sitting on? I know this is a light time of year, as a lot of the partners and agencies that we represent are on holidays for the summer. So then this moves us to the consent agenda. Is there anything in the consent agenda that anyone wants pulled for further discussion? Seeing none, then I'll ask for a motion to receive the consent agenda, Madam Clerk.
Moved by Young, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that the staff recommendations with respect to the items listed under consent agenda correspondence be adopted as printed.
All in favor? Opposed? There's none. That is carried, Madam Clerk. Communication petitions, there are none this week. There's no notice of motions. Bylaws, may we have a motion for the draft bylaws under item 18?
Moved by Clark, seconded by Hutchison. Be it resolved that bylaws number 2024-081, 2024-082, 2024-084, 2024-085, 2024-086 be read a first, second, and third time, passed, be engrossed by the clerk, signed and sealed by the mayor. And those amendments will be made as per the motion for the Zone 1 water.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Is there any comments or questions on any of these draft bylaws? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Closed session items are all finished up. Confirmation bylaw, may we have the confirmation bylaw, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Shell, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that bylaw 2024-087, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting held on Wednesday, August 14th, 2024, be read a first, second, and third time. Passed, being engrossed by the clerk, signed and sealed by the mayor.
Thank you. Call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And may we have a motion to adjourn?
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved that we do now adjourn at 2:33 p.m.
All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much, everybody. And it was great to get a lot of big things put through the item.